Hello everyone and welcome to Simply Learn. I am Chatvik Anand and I will be your learner success manager for today's session. It's fantastic to have you all here and I hope you had a wonderful day so far. So before we jump into the exciting content, can you please confirm in the chat box if you can hear me loud and clear or not? Guys, you can type yes in the chat box please. Great. Thank you for the confirmation, everyone. So, I'm really excited for today's session, and I'm sure it will be an amazing learning journey with you all, guys. Let me quickly walk you through the format of our session before we meet our trainer. So, first of all, we will start on time and ensure that we end on time. So, please be ready to make the most of our time together. To keep things smooth and avoid background noises, all participants will be on mute. But no worries, if you have a question for the trainer, just raise your hand or place the question in the chat window. You can post your questions in the chat window, but before that, you'll have to select all participants when typing your message. We'll address them accordingly. During the session, we'll be conducting a polling activity to gather your feedback on the session space and delivery. We value your input. After the poll, we'll take a 10 minutes of break. In the last 15 to 20 minutes of the session, we'll have a Q&A session to address any general queries you may have about the course, content, LMS, or examination. We will also guide you on how to use help and support for any further questions after the training. One more thing, guys. Your course comes with a digital kit. After today's live class, you can request the digital key from the digital key tab in the LMS portal under your profile section. If you purchased a course, includes a membership and examination. After the course completion, you need to submit your application to PMI. We will assist you further in that after in our last class. And once your application is approved, you can request for membership and exam through the exam tab in your profile section on LMS. Adding on, your course has a validity period. You can check this out in course card right above the course name. We encourage you to complete the course and get certified before this period ends so you can maximize your learning journey. Attendance for the session will be updated within 72 hours from the time your session ends. Guys, note this: attendance for the session will be updated within 72 hours from the time your session ends. Okay. And after each session, we will send out a short survey. Your feedback is priceless to us, so please take a moment to rate the session and tell us how we did. Please add comments to the survey, which will encourage us to keep doing good work or improve. Closed caption is available for the session. We'll have to enable it to follow the conversation closely. The same will be made available in session recordings too. Last but not the least, this session is recorded and shared globally. So, for the privacy reasons, avoid sharing personal details or contact details in the chat window, guys. Please. Now, let's meet our amazing trainer for today's session, Ranjita ma'am. Ranjita ma'am is a seasoned expert here at Simply Learn and has delivered outstanding sessions to many batches. We are thrilled to have her for this session as well. And I'm confident that today's session will be both innovative and engaging. I know you guys are going to learn a lot of things from this session. So before we dive in, let me do a quick audio check with our trainer. Hi, Ranjita ma'am. Good afternoon from India. Can you hear me loud and clear or not, ma'am? Please.
Yes, Shatvik, you are loud and clear. Just confirm if my voice is also loud and clear to all of you.
Uh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can
Okay.
also
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
And now I'll make you the presenter so we can begin.
Thank you. So, very good afternoon, good evening, good morning, team. So, hope you had a wonderful journey as of now. And we are just going to start our exciting journey of this PMP cohort program. And before we dive into this particular training program, we are going to just have a formal introduction so that we can get to know each other. And this is what like it is going to help us to further move on. Right, so let me just give you a brief introduction of mine, then we would get to know about you people. So I'm Ranjita Jain, I would be your trainer rather than a coach for this PMP journey. And I would be I have got a total 22 years of experience, out of which 17 plus years is purely in this project management training and the consultancy. So I've been working with lot of organizations for working as in a part of a project management consultant, how they can work on their project, the monitoring part, the planning part. That is how we are doing it. So I would congratulate all of you being our team member for taking this first step towards achieving your globally recognized PMP certification. And do remember, it is not just a certification, it is just, it's also a career milestone for all of you, which is going to definitely validate all of your skills. It is going to boost your confidence also. Unable to hear, can't hear anything. Hey, so many people are there. Just please do confirm if I am audible to all of you or not. Okay, now I am audible. Okay, earlier I was not audible to you. Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. Okay, fine. So, again, a very warm welcome to all of you. And we are just going to start our PMP cohort program today. And before we start our session, we are just going to have a introduction so that we can get to know about our team in a way so that we can know what kind of an experience, what kind of our industry background we are all coming from. So I just introduced myself. I'm having 22 years of overall experience, out of which still not here. So many participants are still what see what I would recommend the people who are not able to hear me, please try to rejoin so that that will work you. Okay. So try to rejoin if it is still not audible. Fine. So the people who are not able to join me, let me put it on the chat. Yeah, I am right now not speaking. Just I am asking you, the people who are not able to hear me, please do leave the meeting and try to rejoin. Hope that works. Okay. Fine. So yeah. So before we start, I would just request all our team member so that they can introduce themselves by sharing your name, comma, your current role of profession, comma, years of experience, comma, your industry type. That is what we would like to know each of you so that we can get to know from what kind of industry you people are. Name, comma, your role of the profession, comma, your years of experience, comma, your industry type. That is what we would like to know. Okay, Pratibha, she is 6+ years healthcare industry. Thank you, Pratibha, for sharing. Jiva, 20+ years from IT. We have, okay, again 20 years IT. Dhanshri, 17 years, 15 years. Mini IT, FMCG, gas and refinery, aerospace. 10 years IT, Deloitte. 14 years, 8 years, 15 years, 16 years in aerospace. ONGC, 5 years, 12 years, 18 years, again 12, 18, 9 years, 16 years, 25 years, wonderful, 15 years, 20 plus, 7 plus, 17, Ashwarya 15 IT, Hitesh, again process manufacturing 15, 17 plus. Vijay, 15, 12, 24 years, 13 years, 17, 15. Nikhil from IT, consulting infrastructure, 3 years. CRO, Binal Shah, Gyaneshwar, 7 plus years in automobile. Abhijit, 8 years. Avdhut, uh, okay. You are operations manager, software and IT project. Rahul, 15 years, 11 years, 8 years, 7 years. Marco, construction. Great. Wonderful. So thank you all of you for sharing your experience and information. It's really great to have such a diverse group of professionals over here, right from 3 years to 25 years of experience from the different type of industries we all are belonging to, right? So let's just first of all outline our training objectives also. So today's agenda is all going to about sharing the exam pattern and also how we are going to do our training program, the entire cohort sessions that we are going to do in our this 10 days of sessions. And also we are going to get to know about our LMS, the support system from where we are going to have our practice test about our application. That is what we are going to talk about. Plus we'll also start with our first session of our PMP. Manikandan, 9 years in the construction. Ankit, again 10.5 years working with the Flipkart. All right, thank you, team. So, as you all know, the exam eligibility, all of us are already qualified for that because that is what you people have joined this program after going through your eligibility. So, it has to be either a 4 years degree plus. Now, PMI even gives you the credit for 3 years bachelor's degree program also. So that is what people who have got a graduation, they have to report 36 months of experience once you are going to fill up your PMP application part. So you have to share your leading project experience for that. We'll talk about that PMP application also, but that is not the agenda for today because that we are going to do after our fourth chapter. As we know that we need to have 35 PDUs to be updated for our application, and these PDUs would be only once we complete our PMP sessions, this particular batch, so that you are going to get the 35 PDUs from this simply learned solutions. Right, so that is what is the eligibility. As we could see from your experience, all of us are having more than that only. And now, as all of us knows, this PMP exam is not based on any guide, any reference book. We have to refer to our exam content outline. So the PMP certification exam is going to be based on the different project development approach that we are going to cover. That is the predictive approach, adaptive, and the hybrid. Now, what does this mean? We are going to talk to you about that also. Okay, Indu. Fine, it's okay. So that is what like you are now looking for. This is what is the project management principle also. So what we have now, we are going to have the questions based on different development approach. Now, what are those different development approach we are going to talk about in detail? That is how our program is all organized. Okay, so as we know, there is a PMI talent triangle. This PMI talent triangle focuses on three main performance domain. Those are the process domain, we have the people domain, we have the business environment domain. So this PMI talent triangle talks about these ways of working. Now this ways of working is all about the project management processes. What are those competencies that as a project professional you have to have? So all this framework is going to help you to identify what are the skill sets which are required from this particular exam and to be a successful project manager. So those skill sets talks about this ways of working, says that you need to have a good competencies on all the different development approach, how you are going to manage the project scope, budget, your governance, your design thinking, risk management, schedule management, all these kinds of the competencies that we need to have. Then the power skills are all about your people, that leadership domain. So this is what like we need to look for, because as a project manager, as a great leader, what are those leadership interpersonal skills that you would be requiring for the project? So that it all talks about. So this is what we will be talking about in our course as well. Then the third domain is the business acumen, that is looking after the business perspective of our organization. So this is all going to talk about the your what kind of industry you're working with, so what how you're going to realize your benefits, how you would be going for the strategic planning, analysis, alignment, market awareness, competitive analysis. That is what are these skill sets which a successful project manager needs to have. So where you have those gaps, you can always identify those areas so that we can just upgrade, we can just always try to get those competencies. So our exam is also based on these three domain. So we are going to have the questions, at least 50% questions would be based on the process domain. 42% exam questions are from this leadership people domain. So then third is your business, which constitutes just the 8% weightage of our questions. So that is how our exam would be framed at, and we have 30 minutes, and we have to answer 180 questions. Now these questions would be all your psychometric based and scenario based. So scenario based means it is just going to test your decision making skills and the analytical skills. You will not get a kind of a questions that identify this or define this. No direct question as such. It is not based on the memorization. Mainly the questions will test your decision making capability. That is how the exam is based at. So all of us will have the same pattern of this question. Yes, we'll talk about this. PMP exam is domain neutral. The people coming from various background, whatever it is, it's all domain neutral, isn't it? So it is all about how you're going to develop your competencies, and after you get PMP certified, that means now you can work across any industries across the globe. That is what this certification talks about. So this is a kind of a clarity, this is a kind of a confidence you will get once you get your exam qualified. So this exam is all objective based questions, no subjective questions would be asked, and these 180 questions would be divided under three sections. And questions are all random. It is not that first people, then process, then business environment, or not in any sequence. You will have any questions coming from any of these domain. There is no negative marking, and we all have to attempt 180 questions. Okay, so negative marking is not there, but time management is very, very important. That is what we have to do in this particular part. And this is what I will suggest you. We will be recommending you how you can develop that. Because just for main thing is that as we talk about these 180 questions and 230 minutes, so ideally we are just getting around 70 seconds or approximately 1.2 minutes or 1.27 minutes for each question. Once we complete our 60 questions, During the 60 questions, you can anytime go back and review. So after you have reviewed it and you feel they are going to ask you to opt for this break, break is optional. If you go for this break of 10 minutes, after coming back, you will not be able to switch back to the previous question. Okay. So please park your question. Let me complete. I'm going to share you a complete FAQs. We are going to solve all the queries also. Okay. So minimum 3 years of experience is required, as we discussed, Lakshmi, for the graduate people. Now, after this break, you will be going for the next 60 questions. That is what you can always look for. You will not be able to give a second thought of the previous 60 questions. Then again, 10 minutes of break, then final 60 questions, and you submit your exam. The exam questions, as we were talking to you, this break is optional, but if you're taking this break, you won't be able to go back to those previous questions. If you are not taking the break, you have a chance that anytime you can access any of your questions by going back. That is what is the difference. But we do recommend take this break so that you can just relax yourself, because all of you can easily make it out, because it is what, like, you have to develop a practice for sitting continuously for at least 4 hours. Now just tell me, can you remember that when you gave your exam with this much of duration? The last time, I think, once you have given your exam for engineering or your graduation, that had also maximum 3 hours, isn't it? No, 230 minutes is your ideal time. Apart from that, 10 plus 10, 2 minutes. So overall, 250 minutes. Okay, that is what it is there. And the questions would be single choice, where you are going. So this all your objective, as I was telling you, they'll give you four options. You have to select one. Sometimes they would be asking you to select two options or three options. In that case, you will have four or five or six options also. But when you are going to select this two and three, they are going to mention that in the question that you have to select two or you have to select three. Now, partial correct answer would be treated as wrong. Okay, so once they have asked you to select three correct choices, all the three choices has to be correct. Partial wrong is full wrong. Either it is correct or it is not correct. That is what it would be there. So we are going to talk about that also. What is those tips and tricks to answer these questions? Then you would have the questions based on match the column or the drag and drop kind of a thing. You may have some of the question, not many, one or two drag and drop, one or two fill in the blanks type of questions also. And they would be hotspot. Now hotspot is nothing but they may give you some kind of a graphical questions, and they will be asking you to mark the point of variance. Okay, that is how you can do it in that way. When you are doing your questions, you can always skip any questions, or you can put a flag on any of the questions, whichever you want to give a second thought. That option is there. You can go ahead, and anytime you can go back and edit your options also. But if you have taken the break, after the break you won't be able to go back to those previous 60 questions. But you can always skip and go back and come go further, and you can come back also. That would be provided to you before taking the break. And time management is important, because always you cannot look at the clock. So just see after 10 questions how much time you have taken. If you could complete those 10 questions in 15 minutes, that means we are going with a good pace. And do remember, whatever is the scenario, whatever is the situation, don't spend more than 65 to 70 seconds on any of your question. Just whatever thought comes in your mind, put that, mark that option. You can flag it, go ahead, and once time permits you can always come back. Okay, but always mark that option, because there is no negative marking. That is the best thing. So if you have marked that question for review, and let's say you couldn't get the time to come back and review it, but still that question would be considered for evaluation. That is what is the best thing. Okay, so that is what this time management is very very important. You have to attempt all these 180 questions, that is for sure. I will be coming to that also. For this score, the PMI has not given you any kind of a passing percentage, because it is all going to be psychometric test. I would be sharing you, already I have shared this FAQs on the drive as this LMS portal also. If you have got access to the LMS portal, I'll take you to that also, how you are going to have these FAQs, so that people are not going to ask again and again the same thing. So I have put it in that way, that as we know, our questions would be based on this three domains. Eligibility already we discussed, and how you are going to apply for this PMP exam, we are going to talk about that also. That application part is also a kind of some technicalities are there. We will discuss how we have to fill this application. Even if anybody who is not from for like the project manager role, still they are eligible for this exam. You were working as an engineer, or maybe in the quality role, project coordinator, team lead role, still this exam is going to be for you. So we'll talk about that also, because in experience you have to do it in that way. No problem, Swapnil, if you people are not able to download it, you have to unblock the pop-ups actually, or I will be sharing you through the chat window as well. Okay, so don't worry about that. First focus on what I am saying, so that you are listening to it, and we will be handling our Q&A also for each session. So even if you're not having a project manager title, still you can apply. People who have a break in between their career, that is also okay, because we just have to mention 36 months of our experience. That 36 months of experience can be from any of those time period from past 8 years. So that is what your experience from the past 8 years would be considered. So we just have to report the projects which constitutes the 36 months of experience. Any industry people can apply for it, because as I told you, it is a domain neutral. And if the people who are working on the operations, maybe as an operations part, still they have to mention their leading project experience, because as you know, in the operations, ongoing operations also, we are trying to improve certain things. We are trying to do some innovative things, isn't it? We are trying to enhance certain features, some processes. That is what we would be considering as a project management experience. Shweta, for MBA part, we have to you have to see, because PMI do give some credits for these MBAs, so that 2 years of experience would be eligible. Only few universities they recognize. Okay, so based on that only, we have to see if that the degree where from where you got your MBA. So after MBA, 2 years is what like they are asking for, but that will be based on the PMI should have. Accredited those universities for considering the MBA. Then we do have, how do we identify and write my project management experience? This we'll talk about during our application part, isn't it? So people who are working on the agile, waterfall, hybrid, all those people can apply for this application for this PMP. And study part also, people do have how long I should study. Again, it all depends, because it is all about the quality time you are spending. So ideally, as per the experience of our past learners, the most suitable time is 8 to 10 weeks that you need to give, but that should be the quality time. We'll talk about that also, how you should prepare, what should be your study plan, all that thing we'll discuss. And how you should be getting that experience of sitting for 4 hours. We are giving you 15 full length mock tests. If you attempt at least 4 to 5 tests, you will be able to have that practice also. That mindset also would be developed if you are doing it. Okay, so mock test is all very, very important. We'll do, and after doing those tests, you have to review your answers also. Whatever you have marked correct, whatever you have marked wrong. So do review those answers. That is going to suggest you your weaker areas. What is your weak area so that you can always change your strategy. The exam can be taken online as well as both the online only, maybe from the testing center, or you can give this exam from your home also. Both the options are available. If you are staying in a kind of a city where you have the testing centers, the Pearson View centers, we recommend you to take the test from the center. Otherwise, if you don't find any of the testing center nearby your location, you can book your exam, which is a proctored based only. So you can give exam from the your home as well, but you have to follow some protocols. That list also we will be sharing you. Those instructions that you have to always follow when you are booking your exam from home. Okay, but if it is possible, we recommend you so that risk is minimum, because when you are giving this exam from home, you have to ensure the good net connection, the power backup, and the kind of an isolated room where no disturbance, no noise should be there. All that thing we have to look for. Exam is only online. We don't have any now paper based. So three attempts are there in the exam in the year by PMI, but again for every attempt there has to be examination fee. Okay, so that is what it is there, because it is an exam. Take it in that way. It is not going to impact your job, or it is not going to impact your life or like that. It is just a kind of an exam. But again, if you follow the guidelines, if you just stick to the agenda, if you just follow our recommendation tips, you would be able to qualify in the first attempt. Once you submit your exam and you are giving your exam from the testing center, they would be sharing you the immediate result, the provisional scorecard. That is what examination center will provide you. But when you are giving this exam from your home, PMI will take at least 3 to 5 days, because they will cross verify about this exam practices also, because they need to ensure that no unfair means or unethical practices has been followed by the participant. That has to be very very particularly you have to take care of. So they will be sharing your result not immediately but within the 3 to 5 days. So provisional result will be provided to you by the testing center. Your certificate you will be getting within the next 48 hours. Okay. So as I told you, no negative marking is there, and PMI has not published or declared any passing percentage. They haven't disclosed it. It's all psychometric test. So this is what, like, they have the professionals who are going to assess your answers the way you have given them. That is what it is there. So this is how the exam is going to be there. As we discussed, if your exam is partly correct, partly incorrect, it would be treated as wrong. Lakshmi, I would just talk to you at the end of the session about these things. You can share me. I'll give you the confirmation. Okay, whether it is going to be fulfilled or not. So as we all know, exam score is valid for this PMP certification is valid for 3 years, but you need not have to give the re-exam. You just have to earn 60 PDUs during these 3 years, and you can get your certificate renewed. So this is about some of the FAQs. Apart from that, if you have any other questions, we are going to keep last 15 to 20 minutes for handling these questions related to the services operations content. Okay, so that we are not breaking the flow of our class, so we have to stick to the agenda, our content, and the operational related issues, your preparation part queries, your exam related queries, we can always discuss at the end. So as I discussed you, as before this January 2021, all the PMI centers, the training centers who were going for this PMP program, they had their own curriculum, own PPTs, everything but developed by themselves. But from January 2021, PMI has published the exam content outline. So they have made the content curriculum all universally same. So what they have given, they have just suggested the trainers, the presentations that we are going to use for explaining those concepts, same content is available as a learner also. You are also going to get that same content. That is what our LSM just mentioned, that after attending today's live class, the first live class, in your LMS portal, under your profile section, you will find an option of digital key. So once you claim that digital key, within the 48 hours, there would be an email from support site of PMI, which will instruct you all that the information, how you can access your PMI digital kit. So your PMI digital kit consists of all the chapter PPTs that we are using. Apart from that, they would be sharing some of the videos. Plus, they would be sharing chapter wise questions also. They are going to share you a glossary file which consists of all project management definitions plus a case study. That is what a digital kit would be consisting of, that you people can download from the PMI site after you claim your digital key. So you have to just park your questions related to digital key by today, because after the session, maybe by tomorrow you would be able to claim it. So once you claim your digital key through LMS, then you will get an email with all those necessary instruction. The exam is not based on any of the books like that we are going to talk about. That exam is all going to be based on our PMP exam content outline. Now, definitely these concepts are more of aligned with the standards that we have with this PMBOK 7th edition. That is what we would be referring to. Though PMBOK 8 is about to come in the market, but still, as we know, exams are all based on this content, not on any of the guide or any of the book. Okay, but as per now, we are going to stick to the standards which are there in the PMBOK 7th edition. Okay, so this content outline already I have shared you. Yes, the validity of digital kit is 1 year, and but like once you have downloaded your PDFs, you have it with you, no, forever, until and unless you delete it. So all the content you can download it. Okay, so PDFs can be downloaded from the PMI website once you get your digital key. We'll talk about that process also, because our support team may help you in case you are not able to get it, or you may discuss it at the end of our each session. We are specifically going to talk about that part. So now moving on to our exam content outline, that is what your first reference point should be. How we have to prepare, what all things we have to consider when we are all going for this PMP exam. So this outline I will be sharing you, or you people can easily download this content from the PMI website. Okay, so once you can even do the registration also on the PMI website, and this is what you can download it. Though I have uploaded it on the LMS portal under your session material, still the people who are not able to download it. So this gives you everything. So as we know, we have three main domain: people, process, business environment, and this is our percentage of the questions. So almost out of 180, 90 questions would be from the process domain, approximately 70 to 73 questions based on your people domain. You would have approximately 14-15 questions from the business environment domain. Now, each of these domain has the task. Means when we say people domain, so under people domain, as a project manager, as a project leader, what are your underlying responsibilities? So we know that people domain, we have got 14 underlying responsibilities. What are those? These are, when we say people, because projects are all people driven. So once we know that as a PM, as a leader, you have to manage the conflicts, the differences in opinion. So this is the task under people domain. The first task of people domain talks about managing conflict. PMI also gives you certain example how you can accomplish that task. That is what we call as enabler. So this is what, like, they have three enablers, three guidelines, three examples they are supporting with you for this particular task. But it is not a kind of a comprehensive, but this is what we are going to look into. And these enablers, what we have, you can make use of these information, these enablers when you are reporting your project management experience in your application. So that is what for managing conflict as per the PMI, they suggest first you have to interpret the source and stage of the conflict, how you are going to analyze the context of this conflict, and how you can evaluate and recommend the strategy to solve that conflict. So this is what, like, we are going to cover during our classes. All the tasks, all these enablers, we are going to cover with the best standards, tools and techniques and the practices that PMI suggest. Always look and keep a note of it. You have to unlearn few things when we are doing this PMP program. You have to relearn few things, because in your exam you are not going to use your experience to answer. All the questions would be where you have to apply the analytical thinking and your decision making skills, and those decisions should be based on the PMI standards, not what practically you people are following. So the till the time you are giving your PMP exam, you have to wear PMI hat. Okay, so think from the PMI perspective. That is what the best practitioners have documented. So PMBOK is all about those best practices, those tools, those standards that has benefited lot of industries people. That is why now people are going for all following these PMI standards, because they know these standards, these practices are really good for managing our project or to drive the success for the project, right? Second task is leading a team. Likewise, we have got 14 tasks under people domain. And each task, they are giving you certain examples or the guidelines for accomplishing them. Team empowerment, how do we ensure the people are adequately trained? Team building, isn't it? Removing impediments, negotiating agreements, collaboration, virtual teams, ground rules, how do we mentor stakeholders, and emotional intelligence. Then we have process domain, where we have 17 tasks. So again, every project will deliver some business value. So how we are going to execute the project with the urgency required to deliver that business value? What are those guidelines we have to follow? Managing communication, assessing risk, engaging stakeholders, planning for budget, planning schedule, your planning and managing quality, scope planning, isn't it? That is what it talks about 17 tasks. Then the last domain is your business environment. Here we have got just four tasks. That is how we have to understand and manage our compliances, because compliances are something which has to be ensured. We have to always fulfill those compliance requirements. Then only you would be able to drive the success. Evaluating and delivering the project benefits and value. How you are going to evaluate and address the external, internal business environmental changes, and how we have to support the organizational change. So these are the 35 tasks with enablers under three domain that we have to focus on, right? So then we have got all the other information about the exam payment, how you have to show your experience. So this exam content outline talks about that thing. We will see about these application part also little later. So from the PMI website, you can download it. Already link I have shared it. or you may download it from the LMS. Now, how we are going to cover these 35 tasks, all these enablers? So, our core structure is all divided under 6 chapters. Okay, so these 6 chapters are going to be covered in a sequential way only. This is how we are going to follow the sessions. Also, first chapter talks about the business environment. It is just where we are going to talk about the foundation of the project management, all those foundational aspects. What are the project OPM, your organization culture, your type of PMO, governance, isn't it? How we are going to have our understanding of those compliances. We are going to talk about the foundational aspect. Then we are going to start with our chapter 2, that is more focusing on initiation. When we start the project, what all things we have to consider, what are our responsibilities. That is what we know, that we have to start with looking for the stakeholders, isn't it? You have to have your project charter with you. At least some of the core team members also needs to be the plan formed out, so that they would be helping you. Then we have to go for planning. This is where we are going to cover in detail how do you plan your project when you are working with the predictive development approach, or your adaptive, or your hybrid. So all that, this is the most lengthiest chapter also, because here we have got lot of information to learn, that how do we plan when we are working with the different development approach. So we are going to talk about those tools and techniques in detail. Then we have the fourth chapter, which is all talking about the execution. So this talks about our initiation. As we know, for the project management, we start with initiating our project, then we have the planning phase, then we have the execution. So during execution, our main role is to ensure that our team is following the plan correctly. We have to motivate them, we have to empower them, we have to handle the conflict, you have to support them, you have to like do lot of team building activities for the better collaboration. So this chapter talks about all those leadership skills, interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence, all those things we'll talk about in this chapter: motivation, empowerment, conflict. Then comes our monitoring and controlling. That is where we are going to discuss about our evaluation of the project progress, what are the variances, how we'll ensure, how we will be supporting our people so that they should remain on the right track. That is what this fifth chapter is all about. Last chapter is very, very small one. How do we wrap up our project? This talks about closing a phase or closing a project. So initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and closing. This is how these 6 chapters are going to be covered. As I told you, with this course, you will have your PMI digital kit. Under that kit, the same slides what I am using would be there in the form of PDF. And we know that when we are talking about our project development approach, so we have to focus on three: predictive, adaptive, hybrid. What are these? We'll discuss also. So mainly these icons are going to explain that the content that is there on that slide is aligned for predictive approach, or the adaptive, or the hybrid. So you will find these symbols, these icons on these slides as well. So you can always relate that this content talks about the adaptive, or the predictive, or the hybrid. Hybrid is nothing but it is the combination of both, where we work with both approach. And wherever you don't find any icon, that means that concept is applicable for all the development approaches. There would be some other icons also which talks about what is important, some interactive sessions, tools and techniques. So that is what we'll discuss when we'll move ahead. Then we, as a student, as a learner, you are going to have a student resource also. This is a standalone resource which is in the form of a PowerPoint presentation, and this is a case study from a shop industries. So you have a shop industries project case study where a project manager Engfin is there who is working on a township project. So this talks about a lifestyle center in the Oasis town district where we are just doing a complete lifestyle city center project which is a working with the hybrid approach. The funding partners is your Oasis town municipality and this is the architect. It's a $7 million project, 36 months of timeline. So this is a 2 hours case study that you can just do it at the end. It will cover all the aspects of our project management. It has some questions also, and we will get some the questions in during our session also. So whenever you'll see this icon, that means this is a shop lifestyle city center related project question. So this is about our course structure that we have. So how we are going to follow this course structure. So I would be sharing you this mapping also. As I told you, we have 35 tasks, 3 domains and enablers. So we have our 10 days with us. So for 4 hours, we are going to cover the topics as per our 6 chapters content. So first chapter has got these 6 topics and those 6 topics where we are going to cover our exam content outline. Now this 3.2.1, what this suggests, 3 stands for domain number. So third domain is nothing but the business environment. So you have your business environment domain, and then we have 3.2. Point 2 denotes second task of business environment. 3.2.1 says the first enabler of second task, that is your how do we evaluate project benefits. This is how you can interpret. So whenever we are going to cover our chapters, so what all topics from our eco we have covered with these topics is what it is denoting. So we know that from this third topic we have covered our 3 enablers from our exam content outline. In this fourth topic, we have covered fourth task of our business environment and we have covered 3 domains here. This is how you will be able to relate it. Okay, so with every topic, what coverage we have done of our exam content is mapped here. I would be sharing you this as well that you can always consider it. Okay, so this is how we are going to talk about during our 10 days of journey. And we will be discussing about our PMP application maybe after the fourth chapter because application you can only submit once you have completed your 35 hours so that you can report your 35 PDUs, which is a prerequisite for our application. So this is about our course structure, how we have framed it out. And now we are going to have 4 hours of session. So after every 2 hours, we are going to have one break. So we will be taking one break of 15 minutes after the 2 hours. Okay. So that is the break time where you people can relax. You can have some snacks, coffee, whatever it is based on your time, lunch time, breakfast time. That is what we would be doing it. Is it okay for you? One break of 15 minutes or you want to have two breaks, short breaks? What you prefer? Because most of the time people do prefer one long break, that is what is most preferred way. So we usually follow that only so that you have got sufficient time to take a your yeah, that is what. So we'll go with the majority. Hey, 5 minutes after every hour, that is what you people are preferring. Let me see if we have a poll activity. Okay, so let's do a poll. Then we'll decide. One big break means 15 minutes, or you want to have two short breaks after 1.5 hours each. So we'll go by the majority. So everybody has voted. Oh, great. So 3, 4, I think on the chat window also we have got. Let me just share you the result, what it talks. Or I had followed one practice during my one of the batch where we did that on Saturdays we used to take two breaks. On Sundays we go with the one break. That is how we have accommodated the things to satisfy maximum learners. So if you want to have the same practice, that on Saturdays we can follow two breaks, on Sunday we can go with the one break, or we want to go with the majority, that is what one people says, one break. Okay. So that satisfies all. We can, this is what like we talk about. Once we are not able to find out a decision, no. So how do we accommodate? How do we smooth so that we can go? Again, voting result. I think that poll questions I don't have. So this is how we followed in our last batch only. Otherwise, we used to go with a one break, but that is what we followed, and people like that idea. That so that we, or what we can do, let's do it in this way. Today we'll go with the two break option, and tomorrow we'll go with the one break. Okay, and next week you all can decide what you find more useful. That would be what we would be making a kind of a rule right now. So this week, today we are going to have two breaks, and tomorrow we'll go with one, and next week we'll decide what you people find it more useful for you. This is what we'll do. So today, after 1.5 hours, we'll have a break. Okay, and the two breaks we will be doing it today after each 1.5 hours. See, there are many people who are asking for two breaks, and there are people who are asking for one break also. That is what I'm saying. That what we are going to do is only for this week, we will take, we will give you, you can have a practice of both, no? Two breaks today. So let's go for 10 minutes of two break each. And tomorrow we will be just having a one break only, and next week we'll go by our final poll. So next week we'll take a poll and what people go with, so we will be deciding the majority on our next week. This is what we are doing it. Okay, fine. All right, no issues. Let's do one break on Saturday today, and we'll go for two breaks tomorrow. Fine. That is what we are going to do this week. And next week we'll go and we'll decide by our polling activity only. So this is what we are going to have today. We are going to have one long break, and tomorrow we'll go with a two break. Okay. So this is what we have now. So let's begin with our agenda. But before we start, anybody who has a questions in their mind related to the exam, related to the structure, and we are going to take a walkthrough of our LMS as well, the learning management system, how you can do your assessment test, all those things that we are going to do. And also we have to set some ground rules, isn't it? As we know that every project starts with a team charter, so we also have to have our ground rules. Everyone would be on time, so that we can start on time and we can complete on time as per our agenda. You have to be an active listener so that you are not missing the things and you are not asking the questions again and again. That is what learner used to give their feedback, that people are do asking the same questions multiple times, so trainer is spending more time on that, so we are just not going with the flow. So please be an active listener, and if the question is not remain unanswered, might be during the session, specifically last 15 minutes we would spend on the question answer sessions only. That is what we are going to do it. So last of our 15 minutes of every session would be specifically for that. Everybody has to be respectful, isn't it? If people are asking the questions from anything, maybe no, nobody should be that, hey, why this silly question? No questions are silly. So we have to respect, because we all are coming from the different experience, different background. People are here who are only following the waterfall or the predictive approach, so they might not be having a knowledge about the adaptive or the agile. So we have to consider everyone. People who are working with this agile mindset, so they will find some uh, information, some content related to waterfall might be not applicable, but for PMP part we have to learn everything. Please keep it in mind, we cannot skip that. We are following the agile, so why we should go for predictive? We have to understand all these different development approach. Okay, so during the session, please specifically ask the questions related to the content, not related to our operational part, related to digital key, related to other areas. The assessment questions that you can always park for the last 15 minutes. Okay, so during the session, ask the questions as per the content after covering that topic. Okay, so always you have an option to raise a support ticket. Make use of that. Support ticket you can always raise from your LMS portal under your profile section. You can chat and you can get the help also from our support team. And last one is, I would be just using a very domain neutral example that people would be able to understand. All of us would be able to relate it. That is what we would be doing it, because it is not possible for me to explain each concept by covering so many industry example. But we are going to talk about the general examples which you people can easily relate. Okay, the exam score is going to be represented in the form of your scorecard will have target. So this is your above target. There is no percentage PMI is going to disclose. This is your below target. This is our passing range. This is your fail. So we have to be in this range to clear our exam, and the certificate doesn't carry any percentage. Certificate is just going to be, okay, you are PMP, you are qualified PMP. That is what, no percentage, nothing. You are going to get it, no average. It's all about, even the certificate will not give you whether it is above average, below average, no, above target, below, no. This is only a provisional scorecard that you will be getting after your exam from the testing center, or through your mail, or maybe it is available on your PMI website under your dashboard. But the certificate is all same, that says, okay, you are PMP, you are a project management professional. That is what is the certificate will carry. Certificate doesn't have any above target, below target categories. That is what is the exam pattern. Okay, so anything else? Then we have to talk about the reference book also, isn't it? I think I might be having that. Again, we have lot of reference books prescribed by the PMI, but it is not mandatory. What is we recommend? PMBOK 7th edition. Then you have your Agile guide, that, because in agile also you are not going to cover in detail what is as per the PMP exam. It is all defined in this book. We are going to cover during our session also. Then we do have a PMI code of ethics. which is a very small PDF, 6 7 page only, that all talks about the code of conduct. So this code of conduct is very very important. You will be having questions by that you have to answer following these ethics. Okay, this is what we have to refer to. Yes, I had not the seventh edition and agile guide is what, as a PMI member you would be getting it free of cost. So this is what, as a PMI member you would be getting it, and your code of ethics is free. You can download from the website. This is available on the LMS also. I would be sharing you on the chat window as well. Okay, this is what, like, you have a reference guide, and in our LMS I'll take you to the walkthrough. You have your class recordings, all the classes that we are doing. The recording would be available under your live videos, the live class videos. Then you have your assessment talk about practice test. So you have simply learns 10 test papers are there, which are full length test paper. We have 5 4 to 5, I suppose, the PMI test paper also. Highly recommend those papers. PMI test paper, that will give develop a good confidence that you all should go, especially this PMI test paper, and go with all the test paper. At least 5 is what we recommend you. And not only test, do review them as well. Now already we are going to cover it. This agile guide is not a big thing, so it is not a mandatory again, isn't it? As we know, we have to refer to this. That is what you will be getting your slides from the PMI eco slides. That is the first point of reference. After going through that content, if you feel that you have got a good understanding about all those areas, it's okay. Otherwise these guides will be a kind of a revision. These are the kind of a revision that you will be going for. This is what, like, we do recommend. This is what you have to decide your strategy. If you feel that in your exam you're scoring very well, we have set a benchmark around 75%. If you're able to score in your PMP test paper, this benchmark test paper, it is a pretty good score. Okay, so minimum 5 tests we do recommend, and PMI test paper you should prefer all. Okay, that is what it is there. And no, there is no consequences if you get failed in this PMI assessment, the simply learn assessment, isn't it? So it is not going to impact any of your certification, because the certification eligibility talks about you have to qualify at least 2 test paper for unlocking your certification, isn't it? So you have to qualify any of these 2 test paper that simply learn is giving you, and you have got 3 attempts for each test paper. After attempting your test paper, do review. I'll take you to this LMS portal also. So once you are going to log in to your LMS, as you say, because my LMS portal would be bit different from you people, but I will guide you how you can get it. So under your classes, live classes, you would be finding all the class recording with this icon, and your attendance would be marked 72 hours after the session. Within the 72 hours only, class recording would be uploaded within the 48 hours of the classes. So after playing this, clicking on this icon, you can just play the recording of the classes. And if the trainer has attached any learning material, that you can find it with this pin icon, that some training material has been attached. So this is how you can access to the class recording. You have assessment where you have got 3 attempts for each test paper, and there are PMI test paper also. Okay, so you can always make use of these test paper so that you are going to have a good confidence on your exam. Similarly, you have this help icon, help button. So from this help, you can always raise your support ticket. So reach out to our support team, they would be assisting you. So LMS is all very simple. You can easily access it for your class recording, for your session material, for your assessment test also. Now coming to this assessment test, there are few people who are doing a revision. So they may start this practice test anytime, but ideally we do recommend after completing our fourth session, you can start taking up these assessment test also. I would be sharing you chapter wise questions as well. Okay. That is apart from what you are going to get from your LMS. Okay. I would be sharing you, and we would be doing few topic wise questions also during our session, so that I would be guiding you the mindset, how you have to answer in your exam, how you have to think for, because you have to read every question fully, options also fully, then you have to answer all these tips and tricks. I would be just sharing you once we are going to start the things. Okay. Under the assessment only, you have got all those test paper list. Okay, that is what I think I just shown you. You have got your assessment part where you have got it. Now coming to that, your question is there, how to take the membership. Now please do take, remember, there are few learners who have taken the full package. Full package means your elite package that comes with your PMI membership and your exam voucher. So you need to wait for the last day, because once you are going to submit your application and that application gets approved, then only you would be able to unlock your membership and the exam voucher, so that you can access to the 7th edition and the Agile guide and the other books also that PMI refers. And people who have not taken the full package, you have to take the membership of this PMI anyhow, because before booking your exam, you have to purchase the membership fee will save few dollars of your exam fee as well. Plus you will get the benefits of downloading so many reference material, right? So this is what you have to look into, and time to time I would be guiding you for this preparation part. I would be sharing you your study plan also. So for practice test, it's all depend. If you want to take first attempt right now also, maybe you can check where do you stand. So that is how you can start doing it. So, but don't take this as a kind of an exam in that way that if you are not scoring well, if it is just a kind of a 50%, 60%, it is good. Don't get disheartened, but take it as an exam. Now learn where, what are the mistakes you are doing it after reviewing the justifications. That is very, very important, right? So any other questions related to this exam now? Membership is paid, because if your course you have taken as a elite package from Simply Learn, that course comes with the digital key. Along with that, you will be able to get your exam voucher. So digital kit of PMI that every learner is going to get. This is what all learners will be getting, digital kit. That digital kit of PMI consists of our 6 chapters notes, the slides we are doing it. It comes with a glossary. It comes with the mastery builder questions, which are chapter wise questions. Then it comes with the case study. It has a templates also. It has some spotlight videos as well. This is what would be your digital key consist of. And the 7th edition Agile guide is what after the PMI membership only you would be able to download. And don't ask anytime in between to ask me like you're asking me to share my content or my slides, because I cannot share my deck. We have a kind of agreement with our PMI, that is what we cannot share it. But All the same content would be there in the form of PDF, that you are going to get it from your digital kit. This is only after claiming your digital key, that is attending today's session. I hope I have made it now clear about the support part, how you are going to get your study material. But don't get worried about it, because might be few people will say it will take 3 days or 4 days. I would share you one PDF that contains all the notes that we are going to talk about today. The slides we are going to cover today, I have prepared the notes I would be sharing with you. And mostly sometimes few learners find that they want to prepare their own notes. That is the best thing. You can write in your own way when we are doing the sessions with the examples, with the other things. Make your own notes. But I would be sharing the prepared notes that I have for all these chapters, that would be given to you along with the sessions also. So, if everything is clear, shall we start with our first session? If the exam part is all clear, okay. Already FAQs I have shared you. If something you have missed, you can go through that FAQ. And if still you have any question, we can discuss it tomorrow also. During the break, I will share all the PDFs that has been uploaded on the LMS. You can download it, okay? Because few people were finding it difficult to download from the LMS. But if you just, there might be some pop-ups. If you unblock them, it will be helping you. So first chapter, as we talked about, this is going to be the foundational aspect. This is what is the business environment. So we are going to cover today, not the full one. Foundation and mostly the strategic alignment is what we would be covering today. Rest we are going to take tomorrow. So first chapter is more focusing on the foundational aspect. It is just going to set the foundation, the essential concepts that is required for our successful project management. Because when we begin, we should know where we are going, what we need, and what are the challenges we may face, right? So we are going to talk about the foundational aspect. We are going to talk about the strategic alignment, project benefits and value, organization culture and the change management. We are going to talk about the governance and compliances. When we say project, what do you mean by a project? If suppose I give you one situation, we have few people from this automotive sector, aerospace also. Now let's say I'm just giving you an example that we have our team who is just doing a airplane cleaning task. They have a set of processes, set of procedures that they have to follow to clean the airplane within the 9 minutes, so that the plane gets ready for the next takeoff. Now, for every airplane, for every landing, they are doing it. Can we say this is a project every time this team is doing it? Will it be considered as a project? The crew members, not crew members, sorry, the team is just, it is just the operations they are doing it, isn't it? They are just involved in the operations where they are just following the set of processes, procedures, tools that has been defined to them. Now, keep it in mind, operations also has to be managed and monitored, because none of the people can make any changes in their processes on their own, isn't it? That is what they have, a defined set of processes that they have to complete this cleaning by within this 9 minutes. So that, yeah. Now, what if suppose in this operational work itself, now after certain time, we identified that we have to improve this airplane cleaning from 9 minutes to 7 minutes. So we have to now improve our processes so that we can clean it. So what, whether this particular improving the airplane cleaning from 10 minutes to 7 minutes, will it be a new project now, or still it be it is a new project, isn't it? You have to now decide your new tools, new set of processes, some resources. That is what is the project. So as you people said, project should have a specific start and end. That is what we say. Project is something which is temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or the result. The project, two project will not be similar. They would have some uniqueness. Maybe they with the name of the resources, location, whatever it could be. And the project may create a product, isn't it? When you are just working on any kind of a software, or maybe you're constructing a shopping mall, you are just working on a new car, new automobile. That is what is a kind of a product we get it. Sometimes we are just working on the services also, isn't it? That is what overall IT help desk setup is going to have. We are doing so many services also, catering services. Then the result, isn't it, all your research project where we are trying to get a kind of a result. So project is always time bound. It is going to bring some changes. Every project will drive some changes, and it will enable the value creation for a business or organization. Now, what type of values we create by doing the project, we will discuss. But we know that these business value may be tangible, may be intangible, that this project will bring about. That is what is the purpose of doing the project. Now, how good you are in managing those projects, so that all depends on the organizational project maturity, isn't it? How much experience you have in handling those projects, that is going to drive. Plus, it is also going to be on the person, you, how you are driving the project. It also depends on your effectiveness. Then, of course, the funding, resource availability, the team members' capabilities. Otherwise, the project cannot be successful. The collaboration, the communication with the team, with the key stakeholder, that also is very, very important. That is always going to drive the success for the project. And definitely you have to have a good understanding about your core problem. You should understand your requirements, what we have to fulfill. That is what is very, very important for the project success. So this is what, like, we know we are doing this project, so we have to consider these things. Both have some similarity. Project and operations both needs the resources, both has to be planned and monitored, but these are the dissimilarities. Operations are ongoing and repetitive, and projects are temporary and time bound. Unique result would be there, isn't it? That is what, like, we have a differences. Now, what is project management? Because all of us knows, since ancient history we are working on the projects, isn't it? We see all these big monuments, everything, but at that time we were not following any project management, if maybe in the formal way, isn't it? So project management is all about applying the knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques, so that we can deliver something of value to the people. We can achieve our expectations. So throughout the human history, we know that project management was always practiced informally. It was only in 1996 when the different people from different industries, telecom, engineering, aerospace, they all decided that the way we are working in the kind of a complex environment, in the kind of a complexity with the changing technology, so they decided that we should have some standard processes. There has to be some standard way to do those things. This is how in 1996 PMI was founded. So all those engineers, all those people, they set up the practices, the tools, the standards. That is how PMI launched their first body of knowledge. Sorry, 1969. And in the 1996, they launched their first PMBOK. The body of knowledge was first initiated, the first documented, the first version of our PMBOK was launched in 1996. And today we are having our working. Right now we are on focusing on our seventh edition, because this is how PMI is also evolving, because they know with this changing environment, changing technology, we have to adapt, we have to work with some new tools, new standards. So they keep on changing these standards, these practices every 4 year. So now even the eighth edition is also, as I told you, in 2024, the draft, everything is ready. It may be out anytime almost. So this is what, like, PMI is also evolving. The way projects are, or the industry is also evolving. Now, coming to the most important thing, that is the PMO. Once we say we are working on the project, we have an organization. So there is a set of unit in our organization. We call it as a kind of a strategic unit, who is going to guide and support or manage the project program and the portfolio. Anybody from this group who is a PMO member, or who is from PMO? 20, yes. No, no. Nagaram, what you were saying, in 2020 only we launched the seventh edition. Okay. But exam was changed in January 2021. Edition was launched. That is what, even eighth edition will come in 2025. But changes in our exam may take maybe 1 year or more than an year. That is how the PMP exam would be changed later on, not now. Because we are now not going to follow any PMBOK. It is all based on the exam content outline. So whenever our exam content outline would be modified, then only our exam pattern also will change. But right now we have to focus on our exam content outline. Okay, and we are going to follow the standards as per the seventh edition. So Pranjal is working in the PMO. Now, what is the role of PMO? As we know, so PMO is just a strategic unit of the organization who standardize the project related governance processes and facilitates the sharing of resources, methodologies, tools and techniques. That is what is their role. Right. So PMO could be big, could be small. Yeah, so that is what role of this PMO, or the kind of PMO you have. The extent of involvement is what decides whether our PMO is in the supportive role, or in the controlling role, or in the directing role. So we'll talk about these three roles. So it is all like, when we say we are working with a kind of an organization, maybe it is a very small organization, or we are just a new startup, so might be we don't have any as such a PMO. So as a project manager, along with some of these senior stakeholders, senior managers, we do set up certain framework. That is how we are in the supportive role. So supportive role is just like where you are developing these best practices, you are going to offer the guidances to the team, or some kind of a templates, trainings. That is what this supportive PMO would have. Or in certain cases where you know that our PMO is there in the organization, where our project manager are highly experienced, they are the expert, they have got a good maturity in managing those projects. Maybe the PMO would be in the form of supportive role, where they are just going to train them, if, when it is required, the team members, or kind of a guidance and the templates. PMO could be in the controlling role if the organization where we are working with a kind of some regulatory projects, compliances are there. So the PMO will set up those compliances. PMO will set up those project management standards, and they are going to ensure that all of us are following them or not. So along with the support, they would set up the compliances and the standards for project. Okay, so those standards and those compliances has to be followed. They will regularly, periodically checking them as well. That is what is a kind of a moderate control this PMO will have on the project. Here in the supportive role, project manager can have their own way of working. PMO is not going to interfere. But here also, they're not going to have interference in your normal working, but you have to report to them about these compliances about these standards that they have given you, that you have to follow. This is what is the kind of a controlling PMO. Maybe in a kind of an organization, when you are working with a kind of a pharmaceutical projects, R&D, or IT department, so PMO will enforce you all these project management methodologies. They will be conducting the audits. They will ensure that we are fulfilling all those compliances. That is a kind of a controlling PMO. Or sometimes in few organizations, or maybe in the some type of a project where the PMO role will be in the directive PMO means they takes the full control of the project. So directive PMO are directing all the project. They have a high level of control. So might be once we are working on a very critical projects, or maybe the departments where we have a high control, just like say you are working on a in a construction company, and we know that our organizations are working on the airports or in the bridges. So the PMO takes the complete role. They are going to direct, they are going to plan and monitor the project from the beginning till the end. So project managers directly work under these directive PMO. Not like that Pranjal, that less competent people, the critical project. When you are having a project which is going to be just like say, if we talk about this DRDO, they are working on the missile development. Yeah, or maybe the L&T. So there we know that PMO will have the full control on the project. It is not that with less competent. Maybe we know that we have a kind of a project where there has to be a strict supervision. So they are going to set up everything, more ownership. Exactly. The PMO takes the complete ownership of the project. So project managers will work directly under the PMO, and project manager role is just to coordinate and just to ensure that all the project management work is in accordance to the plan, and he's going to ensure managing all the risk effectively, coordinating with the people. That is what he would be doing it. But again, he works under the PMO only. The full control lies with the directive PMO, isn't it? So where the PMO has to have a high control on the project, and they know that this project needs the strict supervision. So based on the project to project, and based on the type of organization, role of PMO may differ. So maybe in the same organization, when we are working with a kind of a less critical project, PMO would be in the form of a controlling or supportive. For few projects, they would be having a directive role also. So based on their involvement, based on their authority, the PMO could be supportive, controlling, and the directive. Are you with me on this? Is it clear the three type of controls that PMO have? PMO is a separate unit. Yeah. Now we do have in the organizations who are working with this agile. We'll talk about what is agile actually. So along with this PMO, we do have a separate division, a special team, you can say. These are the experts. So Agile Center of Excellence is a group within the company who are the experts of a particular domain. Maybe they are experts in the technology. So these experts are going to, not because there we don't have a kind of a hierarchy. We just follow with the flat structure. So these team, this center of excellence would be coaching. They are just going to provide the necessary support to the team who is working on the project, so that they would be providing all that coaching guidance, how they can implement the best practices in their project. We'll talk about that also. Okay, PMO is going to govern the program project for the organization. So we are going to talk about that also. Program manager, project manager, portfolio manager, all. Okay. So program manager, project manager will be working under the PMO only. See, when we say this is what like we are saying it, we don't have any kind of a hierarchical structure over here. So this is basically in the agile world, we use a term. that we call as a Agile Center of Excellence or the Value Delivery Office. Yeah, we'll just talk about right now only about this program manager, portfolio manager. Okay, just I think after 2 or 3 slides only that we'll be talking about, right? So when we say what we are talking about our PMO, so PMO is a strategic unit who is responsible for sharing the necessary resources. Okay, so what is the main purpose between this PMO and the center of excellence? So supportive PMO is going to provide you all those templates, the best practices, training, isn't it? Maybe if you want to have the previous project historical data, they are just going to promote, they are just going to give you the kind of advisory. Now center of excellence is mainly focusing on guiding, isn't it, how the team should build the agile mindset skills throughout the thing. That is what the Agile Center of Excellence is going to have. They mainly focuses on guiding the agile adoption, how they can remain agile in the project, how they can promote the values. That is what is the kind of a role they are going to have it. Okay, this is what like we do have the different roles when we talk about. So apart from your PMO, you may have the Agile Center of Excellence also. Okay, value delivery offices or Agile Center of Excellence, this is what like we are going to talk about. So Agile Center of Excellence, I just told you what is the difference. Value delivery offices are also like we know that we are going to have in our organization. So this is what like this value delivery offices or the Agile Center of Excellence, they are the group of people who would be guiding, who would be coaching the team, so that the people should remain agile, people should have a proper collaboration within the organization. So this is what like this difference between these things. So PMO has a different role, Center of Excellence has a different role. So now, as the question was there about this program manager and the PMO, right? That is what I think somebody was asking. So now, when we are talking about this organization, so we know that we do have one organizational project management framework. Now, what does this organizational project management framework talks about? It is basically nothing but, as you know, that every organization do have their vision, isn't it? So when we say we are doing several project or several program or the other thing, so how you are going to align those project program or the portfolio to the top, means it is just the organizational project management is going to integrate all these project program portfolios, so that we ensure each of these component is going to deliver the strategic goal of the company. That is what the difference we'll talk about, the difference between project, program and the portfolio. Okay, so now what is this difference between the project, program and portfolio? As we know, if we take a small example, I'll just explain you. Some of you are already working on this program or maybe working on the portfolio. So just take a small example to make it understand. When we say we are just constructing an apartment, isn't it? So this construction of an apartment is having a specific objective. That is what we are doing this. Now, when we say we are having our PMP cohort program, this PMP batch which just started today. So we have a number, some code is there. So like say this is our PMP batch, we are doing it. This is again a project which has a specific start and it has its goal, it has its resources. That is what we have this as a project. Now, Simply Learn have got several PMP projects going on for our first 3 months. So we have a program for this PMP where we have 10 PMP cohort sessions going on. All these 10 PMP batch would be considered as individual project, and this PMP program is what we call as a collection of all these 10 batches, 10 PMP batch as a part of this PMP program. Why? Because all these PMP batches are a group of related one, where we have a kind of a broader objective, because we may share the resources, we may have our learner success managers, all those things we can have a sharing, so that the benefit of conducting them separately is what we can achieve by doing them in a form of a group. So that is the difference between a project and a program. So this program is what like we have under this PMP. So we have 10 projects under this program. Likewise, the Simply Learn has a vision, isn't it? Their goal or their vision is that we have to transform lives by empowering people by the digital skills. So that is how we are empowering, by providing them the digital skills. So that is what with for their vision, their goal. They do have various portfolios. We call them as a sub portfolios. That maybe their first sub portfolio is the project management. Under this project management sub portfolio, we do have several programs. We have a PMP program, isn't it? We do have a ACP program. We do have a master certification also in the project management. That is what we are offering as a multiple program. And we do have, let's say, one project going on. So this is just individual project. Now we have, under this PMP program, as I told you, we have 10 projects. Under this ACP, let's say we have got 6 projects. Under this master certification, we have 3 or 4 projects. So all these projects are interrelated, so that they are going to be coordinated under this program. And all these programs has to be governed under this portfolio, so that we are able to align the broader objective. What is the objective of achieving this project management? So that becomes the portfolio. This is basically a sub portfolio. Likewise, we do have our IT services and infrastructure sub portfolio. We do have our business and leadership sub portfolio. We do have our data science sub portfolio. So all are these the sub portfolio, and overall we call all of these things will be coming under the portfolio of the Simply Learn. So portfolio may have sub portfolios, or the program or the project, which will be aligned to the strategic goal of the organization. That is how we define the, yeah, Simply under the Simply Learn portfolio, we have sub portfolios also, isn't it? So we have a sub portfolio of project management. So under this project management, we are having a program, PMP, ACP, and our master certification. So under this PMP program, we have 10 projects going on. Program is all what we say, it is a group of related project. Okay. So project is a individual objective which we are trying to achieve, where we are doing some effort to deliver some outcome. And program is what we know, that we have a group of related project, that becomes a program. This is what like we mean by the program. And portfolio is nothing but, it will have project also individual, it may have the program where we have several projects, it may have the sub portfolios also. Program and program, project. So that is how we align it. I think I have another example. If you take the example of the Tesla or the Tata groups, isn't it? So they know that they have an organizational strategy. So maybe the Tata is having a portfolio for their EV innovation, isn't it? So this EV innovation under that portfolio, they have a program, EV car development. So under this EV car development program, they have several projects. Like say first project is there developing Tata Nexon EV. Maybe another project is that they are working on the Tata Tigor. That is also going to be another project under this portfolio. They have another project. We have to build EV charging infrastructure. Another project where we have to provide the training to the necessary teams. So all these projects are going to be governed under this program to get its broader objective. Because doing the project individually, we have certain benefits. And when we do the projects combinedly, we can always have a synergy of resources, of the objective. So benefits would be more when we combine them as a program rather than doing them as a separately. Exactly. Even in our program and in our portfolio, there would be some operational work that we have will be also a part of that, isn't it? Just like we know that we are doing our PMP batches. So 10 batches are there. So there are some operational activities also going on at the back end to support the people to do them, bring them on board. That is what is the operational activities also. So portfolio will constitute everything. So portfolio is all about where we say we have a project, we have a program, and we do have our operational work also. This is another program under the same project of the portfolio of this Tata, where we are going to have the battery and the sustainability innovation. So these are the separate projects which will be a part of that. So portfolio consists of project, program, sub-portfolio, and even the operational activities. So that it is all bringing to the strategic goal. Portfolios are always aligned to the strategic goal of the company. That is what is a broader objective, right? So we have a portfolio and we may have, that is what like we need to understand whatever project you are doing it would be either a part of a program or it would be a part of a portfolio also. So we are mainly looking for the system for value delivery. That is what is the we are going for. So we know that for this system of value delivery, you have to always consider your external environment, isn't it? Your regulatory requirements, your market conditions. Plus, also we have to look into our internal environment, our organizational structure, our organizational culture, our internal system, so that we are going to consider them and how we are going to have our core of organizational project management to deliver this value by constituting the portfolios, program, and the project plus operations, all those ongoing activities which is going to help us to sustain our organization's day-to-day functioning. So how the different management levels aligns to the organization's value delivery strategic goal, that is what we call as an organizational project management. So difference between project, program, and portfolio is clear to all of you. This is another example. How do you implement your OPM? So understand your external environment, internal organizational culture, your maybe the structure. Then we have to decide what project we have to launch, what type of a portfolio you should have, what type of a program you would be doing it. So the difference between project, program portfolio is clear to all. If you're just constructing a small apartment, that is a project. And let's say we are just coming up with 4 or 5 apartments plus interconnecting road plus a park, that will become a program. Now we can share the resources for all these projects so that we can always have a good synergy amongst the cost also, the resources also. And similarly, the construction portfolio will have all these types of the your urban development program, plus you are doing some shopping mall construction, you are constructing the flyovers also, that will be under your portfolio. Are you all clear on this team? The difference between three? Yes. So now, can anyone experience with your experience? Anybody who says that I'm working on a program, or you are just working on the project only? Anybody who says that I'm working on a project which is a part of some program, or you are working on a project which is directly linked with your portfolio, isn't it? Now you can relate it. So Bachchan Kumar is saying portfolio. All right. Yeah. So this is how we know that role of program manager, project manager and portfolio manager differs. So you may have someone to look for that program, that how you are going to coordinate the objective of that program, isn't it? So that program manager will have few project managers. That is how you would be doing it. Okay, Ankit is saying, how come this will be a project? Okay, let me just explain you, Ankit. When we say, I'm just constructing an apartment, okay, that is a project. Now, let's say in our city, we are coming up with one urban development program where we have to construct 5 apartments. We have to construct a park also in that, and also maybe a service road kind of connecting with that internal one, isn't it? That is how we develop a kind of a community where we have 5 apartments, there is a park also, and some roads are also going on to connectivity with that. If you do them individually, so you know that you have to have all your resources separately working for this project, maybe 1 apartment, 2 apartment, 3 apartment, 4 apartment, isn't it? But when we do them as a program, we can always have a resource sharing. Maybe you know that you have to use the crane, you have your jcbs, you have your architect, so we can always share the resources for getting a broader objective, isn't it? So all these 5 apartment project plus park plus road will be a part of a program. Yes, when you are constructing the different villas, each villa is a project, and let's say you are constructing 100 villa, that will be a part of a program, right? Very much correct. Program will always have a related project. That term, please keep it in mind. You cannot have a project which are not related. It will be a part of the portfolio. Okay. If we can have a good synergy between the project so that we can have a broader objective fulfilled, the benefits of doing them as a common, as a grouped one, that gives us a more benefit. In the multidisciplinary project, you have to see what type of work you are doing it. If all those projects are coming under the same goal, definitely it would be a program. Okay, that is what, if you're doing a kind of a project under this multidisciplinary but their goal is common, that will be a program only. That is what I just gave you the example of car, no? Right now, with the same Tata, or if you work with a Tesla also, isn't it? There's the same thing. If we say about the car projects, you know that we have a portfolio of passenger cars, luxury cars, isn't it? That is how we have a kind of a portfolio. Under that, we may have an EV section, or you may have your IC engine car. You are working on some training program, you are working on some improving of your assembly line, or that is can be a kind of a different project. Yes, am I able to answer your question now? So please do keep it in mind. Portfolios always align with the business strategies. So we have a collection of project program, subsidiary portfolios and operations that we manage to have a strategic objective. Program management is a group of related projects or your subsidiary programs which is going to managed in a coordinated manner to have the broader benefits that we cannot get by doing them independently or individually. And program this project management is all going to fall under either your broader program or under your portfolio management. Now, as we discussed during our organizational project management framework, so we talked about our organization culture. Yes, very much, yeah, Lakshmi. Under this infrastructure company, their portfolio will have the power, roads, isn't it? So under each of their power portfolio, they may have some programs or the projects going on, right? Definitely. So now when we talk about the organizational project management framework, we discussed about our organization culture and the organization structure. Portfolio is always on the top because portfolio will constitute program, project, anything. Yeah. And project management is what which is only we are looking at managing a particular project. Very much true, isn't it? This is what we know. Portfolio is on the top because portfolio management is all about managing the various program and project to get the desired benefits. Yes. So they have a sub portfolio like the residential societies, factories, and malls. Under residential societies, they have a program for construction and villas. True. That is what we can always consider it. Now, when we talk about this organizational structure, so that is basically why we are looking into this organizational structure, because organizational structure only will determine how the various groups and individuals within the organizations are interrelated. And also, as a project manager, how much authority do you have? So that how much decision you can take, what would be the availability of the resources you have to use on the project. So all this thing will be answered by the type of organization structure we are working with. So we have functional, matrix, project oriented, and composite. So these are the four types of organizational structure that we have. Okay, so there is again question from Ankit Tandon to have more clarity on the portfolio. All right. So organization structure I am keeping for after our break time. So let me just clarify one more query related to this project program and portfolio. Ankit, from what type of industry you belongs to? You belongs to which industry? If we talk about an example of Tesla, so we know that Tesla is working on EV sustainability also. They have their IT sub portfolio also, isn't it? So that is what, like, if you talk about the Tesla strategy, so we know that their main portfolio is you are working with the Flipkart. Okay, fine. So maybe in that what you know now, what you can consider that you have a kind of a vision that anybody who wants to buy anything across the globe, they should come to the Flipkart, isn't it? Because I'm not sure, I'm just giving an example. Your organization may have some strategic goal. So for that, now let's say you can consider your what you can say, what type of a work Flipkart is working on. So you know that you have got now portfolio is the e-commerce, isn't it? So that is your e-commerce portfolio is there. Now based on that, you are going to have a program also, isn't it? Where you know that you are having your what we say, the grocery part, you have your mobiles, gadgets, all that thing is a thing, isn't it? So that is what they are doing it. Yeah, thank you, Rahul. He's again giving you an example. So that is how you are doing it, and based on that, you have to do several projects. Let me give you, this is what is the Tesla I'm going to. Warehouse automation is a kind of a project which will be a part of some of your program also. You submit, Ankit. If you're doing this warehouse automation, that is a project. And now, let's say, suppose you have got several automation to be done for several warehouses. All those projects would be a part of your program of this warehouse automation. This is what you have to understand. If you're doing this automation for one warehouse, that would be a project. Maybe let's say it is for city one. Let's say you have got 5 cities automation. Now all these projects will constitute one program. Got it now, Ankit? Similarly, there are some other projects also that Flipkart is doing. This maybe other your offers you are doing it. That is a kind of a project. So this program, other project, other programs will be a part of the Flipkart portfolio. Yes, Ankit. So that is a program. If you are looking for all the automation of this multiple cities, then it is a program you are managing. Okay. See, portfolio is always with the strategic goal of the company. Just consider that portfolio is all about the strategic goal. It is all about in the Venn diagram if you prepare it. So just consider this is a company. This is your company which is doing, let's say, project 1, project 2, project 3, project 4, 5, 6, 7. Now let's say 5, 6, 7 projects are all related one. They are a part of program. Project 1 and 2 are also related together. This is another program. These are separate. That is what this is a project, and these are the project under this program, and program plus all these project constitutes the portfolio of the company. Got it now, the clarity? You have to consider portfolio is always aligned with the strategic vision of the organization. Now just relate with your, because everybody's portfolio, because I'm not having the good clarity of all the companies. Now you see, that is what I was just explaining you. I got just got explained you with this Tata group. Maybe if you talk about this Tesla group, so all this again Tesla group, we know that suppose they have a kind of a portfolio for their clean energy solutions, integrating vehicles and energy storage. So they have their electric vehicle expansion program. That is what, like, they have 3 projects working under that to successfully manage that program, isn't it? So this is what, like, they have another program for energy storage solution. So that is what we are doing it. So maybe if you know that we are working on a company, working in a small company where we are just doing might be independent projects also, all those projects are constituting towards the goal separately. That would be a projects which is leading towards the portfolio. So project can be a part of a portfolio. Project can be a part of the program also. Is it clear? Yes, that depends on the type of organization, isn't it? If you consider the L&T, again, L&T has got diversified portfolio. So they have sub portfolios also, program and the project. It is not applicable with every industry. Every industry may not have a sub portfolio, but portfolio is nothing but it is basically the strategic goal of the company. So to achieve their strategic goal, they know that we have to do several projects plus some operations just to achieve our strategic vision. That what we call as a portfolio. Yes, As I told you, Tesla may have an EV as a separate sub portfolio, IT as a separate sub portfolio, isn't it? Under IT, they have got several programs running on. So that is what, don't feel that every organization will have a sub portfolio also, program and the project. No. If it is a small organization, might be you are just able to match your strategic vision by doing 2 or 3 projects. Let's say I'm just working on a smart city, my company is working on a smart city, so my goal is just to complete this particular portfolio, isn't it? So under this, I may have a program where I'm going to construct few apartments, I may be doing some roads, I would be doing some cleaning projects also, isn't it? So that is what is based on the organization to organization. So with that, we are just taking a break. After our break, we are going to continue with our organization structure. Portfolio refers to where, yeah, Kupuswamy, thank you for this explanation. Portfolio refers to the collection of project, program, everything. That is what the screen talks about. Portfolios are aligned with the business strategic. Okay, thank you. So, team, let's take a break of 15 minutes and then we'll come back. But before going on our break, I think we have to take a poll activity so that we can understand the pace, how I'm going with. If you feel that pace is fast or pace is slow, you can just give your feedback so that accordingly I would be improving on my pace. After this polling, you can go for a break. We'll continue after the break only. I'm just starting my clock so that all of us will be on the same page. We all are from the different time zone. So let's focus on that. I hope everyone is back after the break. Nagram, if you're talking about, because in our PMP program, we are only going to focus on the project challenges, right? Because we do have a separate certification for portfolio and program as well. So for our PMP, we are going to look for in detail about the best practices, the challenges, how we have to, what all standards, what all practices, what all tools and techniques we need to consider for the success of the project. We are going to cover in depth of project management specifically. So I'm just going to share you the poll result. I think 3% people feel that I have to reduce my pace. So definitely I'll try to reduce it further. And regarding this example, as I thought we have only covered our OPM right now, so we discussed about few examples related to the villa construction, related to our e-commerce, related to our EV sectors, isn't it? So I have also shared some example on the chat window related to our other industries as well. Okay. So now let's discuss about our organization culture. Yes, basically that is what I told you. Whenever we have a project, so in case our organization is new and we don't have any PMO, so as a project manager, you and some of the senior managers needs to set up some standards templates for the project, right? So that is how it becomes a supportive PMO. But when it is that you are doing a project, so PMO role, that role is very, very important. No, the role of PMO is just to set up those governance, those processes, those framework that you can make use of it. So that if you don't have any PMO in your organization, as a project manager, talk to the senior people and we can set up all those procedures in place that our team is going to be following. So we were discussing about this organization structure. So we know that why we are looking into it, because considering this organization structure only we could get to know how much authority we have and how the resources would be available to you. And there is an exam tip, make a note: until and unless it is specified in the question, assume that you are working with the matrix organization. Now, what does this matrix means? We are going to talk about all of these four. Okay. So we have to consider working in the matrix. Now, first type of organization structure where we have a exam tip means when we are going to answer our questions in the exam, you have to consider that we are working with a matrix organization. So with that, you know that how much is the authority. Okay, I'll be discussing about what does this matrix means. So when we say about the organization structure, first let's talk about the functional organization. Yes, by default, you are working with the matrix until and unless question says that it is a project oriented or it is a functional. So, functional organization, just consider the organization where we have mostly in the government sector or the banking sector where we are doing some operational activities. So, what happens? All the employees, they are grouped based on their specialized function. I'm going to come to the previous slide after explaining all the organization structure. Okay, let me first explain you, then I will be talking about that summary. So first is your functional organization. As we know, we are working with the bank, or you are working with any government organization or any set of organization where we have our different functional department who are doing some specialized function, just like marketing, finance department, HR department, you have your engineering department, quality department, and we do have a head for all those departments. So that head is what we call as a functional manager. So mainly when we work with such type of organization where we have the employees grouped with such a way, and in this type of organization, whenever you are doing a project, maybe we don't have a role of project manager in such organization. So ideally the role of project management would be managed by the functional heads. So functional managers are responsible for this project management, and the team is also not dedicatedly working on the project task. The team who are going to be selected for this project, so this red color boxes are the staff or the employees who are, let's say, working on the project activities. So they don't spend dedicated uh, effort on the project, but part time they are doing the project activities, and they're also doing their routine job. So when we are working with a kind of a routine operations, all over clear functional, so we may have this type of a structure. So these people are not dedicatedly working on the project. So they are just reporting to the functional heads only. They're reporting their inline managers about the progress. That is how we have a clear cut reporting structure, but there is no project manager role. There is no loyalty towards the project by the team as well. They are loyal towards their functional managers only, their boss only. So no role of PM. PM has got no power because there is no role only. It is all going to be done by the typical functional managers only. That is how we have this type of organizational structure, isn't it? Maybe you have a kind of a structure on the automotive. We have got different department. Now the marketing department is looking for a kind of a project for promotion, for their marketing project. How can they promote the car? So that is a kind of a project where we have the team working on it, but they are just spending some time for this project. Others, they are doing their routine job itself. This is what is a typical. This is what the functional managers are going to take care of, the project management activities. All these are going to be shared by the functional heads only. So decision will be taken by the functional heads only. So they have to discuss, they have to collaborate together for the project decisions. So again, decision becomes slower. That is what is a kind of mostly functional organization works in that way. Reverse of this functional is what we have a projectized, where we are working on the project centric. So mainly in this type of an organization, they are mainly revolving around the project only. Maybe once we say we are working on a kind of a consultancies or event management companies, or maybe some of the construction companies, they have a dedicated project manager with a dedicated team who is only doing the project activities only. We are just developing a constructing a bridge or maybe a kind of an apartment. So a project manager is running it, this particular project, or we are just doing a kind of an event, maybe just an IPL ceremony. So we know that we have a dedicated project manager with a dedicated team, and project manager has got the complete decision making authority here. So the authority of the project manager, the power of the project manager is high. He has got full control on the team. He can take the complete decisions for the team to carry out the project work. That is what is the typical project oriented organization. PMO is there, but we know that we have a kind of a PMO, but project manager has got the complete authority on the team members to take the decisions, isn't it? That is what it is, a typical projectized. So very few organization, when we talk about that we are in an event management company, isn't it, or a consulting firm. So maybe we are conducting a project outside the organization, and once the project is over, the team would be disbanded. Or if we have a new project, upcoming project, team would be shifted to the new project. That is the main difference in this project oriented. If there is no work, no new project, team would be disbanded after this project is over. They don't have any home in the organization. That is what is the project oriented. But mostly we do have a matrix where we combine the aspect of both. So in the matrix organization, we have combination of functional manager plus the project manager. So again, we have in the matrix organization three subcategories. Weak matrix is somewhat related with the functional only, and this is somewhat project oriented. So main difference between weak matrix organization is that as in the functional organization, we don't have any specific project manager. But when we say matrix organization, so here we have elements from both. So weak matrix organization, the functional manager has got high authority and he shared the authority with the project coordinator. Again, the role of project coordinator would be part-time. So out of the team, we identify one person, he works as a coordinator. So he has got low authority, some little bit authority, decision making authority he has for the project. So that is how the high power lies with the functional managers only. That is works same way as our functional organization operates, but we do have a role of a project coordinator. So this is how the informations, the staff is again part time, so they are not dedicatedly working on the project only, they are carrying out their routine job as well. So they would be reporting to the project coordinator, and their routine work they would be reporting to their inline managers. Then we have balanced matrix. In the balanced matrix, functional manager plus project manager has equal power. So in the weak matrix, functional manager has got high power. In the balanced matrix, functional manager, project manager have the equal power. In the strong matrix, project manager has high power, functional manager have the low power. So balance matrix again, from balance matrix and strong matrix, we do have a role of project manager. But again, this role is not a permanent. This is a part-time role. So for this particular project, we have identified a project manager. One person will serve as a project manager. So he would be coordinating with the team members about this project role. So the staff has to report to the, again in the matrix, we have got a multiple boss culture. So the team has to report to the functional managers also. They have to report to the project manager or the coordinators also. So usually what happens, if suppose we are working on a kind of maybe an automotive company, and we know that we have an engineer, design engineer who is working on three projects. So now he has to report to the three bosses, and for his routine work he would be reporting to his inline manager also. That is how the communication becomes little bit complex, but this is how we are working with the matrix organization, because project manager is not having the complete authority. He had to, because the functional managers are going to always take care of the appraisal of their resources and the final of their career growth. Everything is what functional manager will be responsible. Project manager, if he needs some of the resources from other department, he needs to negotiate with the functional managers to get that resource. He cannot directly talk to that particular resource to work on the activities. That is how the coordination has to be done through the functional manager. So in the balance matrix, project manager, functional manager shares the equal power. Resource are working on the project, so they have to report to both their inline manager plus project manager as well. So mostly when we are working with some multiple project, we do have this balance matrix or the strong matrix type of the organization culture. Strong matrix, just as we know, project it is a more of aligned with the project oriented. Project manager has the high power, so he would be having more power than the functional manager. So he would be responsible for allocating the resources, everything. That is how he enjoys. And again, the appraisal of this resource would be done by the functional managers only when it is a matrix organization. So when we know that we need some kind of a flexibility, or we need to have some kind of an efficiency in managing our multiple project, we make use of this matrix organization. Then most of the time, the big companies, as you people can relate, the people who are working with this Deloitte group, Accenture, IBM, your Siemens, or whatever the names, like the big groups, we do have the composite structure. What happens in this composite? Here we have a mix. Maybe we know that the unit which is working on the operations, they are working as a functional structure, and we do have a separate unit who is working at the client side for managing the project under a project manager. Or you may have a separate unit who is working on the multiple project under this matrix structure. That is how composite means, where we are having the combination of functional plus matrix or functional plus projectized, all of these three. That becomes the composite structure. So the based on the project type, we may have our modifications of the working. That is what is the composite structure. So most of the bigger group, that is what we see. Now you could again realize it based on this explanation, what type of structure we have, whether you are working purely as a functional or whether you are working with the matrix. See, just keep it in mind, we have got functional, projectized, and matrix. So when you say we are working with the typical functional organization, this is where pure functional means most of the time once we are doing our operational activities and we know that some of the enhancement we have to do for, so we are doing this particular project. So we don't have any dedicated project manager. The role will be taken by the functional managers. So they are going to take care of the project management work, and their team is reporting all the people to their respective boss. Team member is loyal towards the functional department, and team members are reporting to the functional organization. PMO would be there with every organization. The role may different. Yes, Ankit, we say the PMO may be there in the matrix also. PMO would be there in the composite also. PMO role is different. Here we are talking about the organizational structure, the way of working. So when we say we are working with the pure functional, that is what typically government organization or the banking organizations are working with. They have a specific people group together and they're working on that. So we don't have any project manager role in this functional organization. You won't have that. Whenever we conduct, we do some project, that would be supervised under the functional managers only. The team members are all not dedicatedly working on the project, they are part time. Project manager control, because as there is no project manager, so this role is always taken by the functional manager only. The project manager role is taken by the functional managers. In the matrix, team members loyalty is conflicted. How? That is what, like in the functional organization, if you say the pros and cons, there would be a direct reporting, no? So communication is all clear. That is how we are working with that. But we don't have any flexibility here in the functional organization. So all these organization structure will have their pros and cons. So when we say functional organization, so it is mainly best for the organizations who are following their routine job, where we have our clear functional task. But the main drawback is that in this type of organization, we are missing the collaboration, isn't it? Every department is working in the silos. But when we say matrix organization, so when we say matrix organization, here we are having the flexibility. We are able to manage our resources efficiently, isn't it? When we are working on the multiple project, that is how we make use of this kind of the organizational structure. But again, it also has a drawback, as people have to report to multiple people, multiple managers. So complexity is there in coordination. And projectized or this project oriented organization is we preferred when we know that we have to work on our specific outcome, isn't it? Dedicated outcome, we have a dedicated focus to carry out, isn't it? Now we know that many of these consulting firms are there, no, McKinsey groups are there, or you have got your other organizations, maybe the event management companies are there, or you say that we are focusedly working on a project. That is where we have to construct a bridge. This is what we say a project oriented company. There we have our dedicated manager, team is fully working on the project only. Project oriented and strong matrix, because we know that in the strong matrix the appraisal of the team is there, team has got their inline manager, isn't it? So they are going to work once the project is over, still they would be doing their routine job. But in the project oriented organization, once the project is over, team is going to be disbanded, isn't it? Once the bridge construction is over, all the people who are there, might be they will be not having any place to sit in the office, they will be disbanded. If there is a new project, you would be allocating them to the new project. Just consider, you have your IPL project. Once IPL is over, the team will go off, isn't it? That is what we have. Event management companies, we have to do a particular event, isn't it? So we are just having a kind of a maybe some exhibitions or some kind of a conference, we are doing it. Once that is over, team would be disbanded. So project oriented, where the team is there, the team is only working on the project, they are not doing anything else. And project manager role is full time. So using this chart, you can understand the difference. In the matrix organization, there can be multiple projects going on, Lindsay, right? So you may have the multiple project manager also. That is what I was saying, that if suppose there is an engineer who is working on three projects, so he has to report to the three project manager, and his routine work he has to report to his inline manager also in the matrix organization. In the project oriented organization, once the project is over, so doesn't we know that during our project only, all that closing part, when we celebrate our success, everything is done, then project is over, isn't it? We'll talk about project manager is responsible for the appraisal in the project oriented. So project oriented means project manager has got the full authority. So Mukund, again, product-led company, again, you need to see whether you are working with a composite or you are working with a matrix. You see, considering this, how much authority as a project manager you are having. So just understand in the way, because you may be working with a kind of a matrix also, or you may be working with a kind of your composite also. But mostly product led, we work with the matrix only, isn't it? That is what, because we cannot have a kind of fully project oriented, isn't it? Because most of the product led companies, they're mostly like focusing on the continuous improvement, continuous evolution, isn't it? That is what they have to have a sustained ownership, isn't it? So we always prefer to have a matrix organization for this product based company. Are you with me on this now? In matrix organization, Shilpa, appraisal would be done by the inline manager, the functional manager only. Yeah. Functional versus matrix, right? So, as I told you, functional organizations are typically considered the organizations who are doing the operational role, operational work. Yes, Tejas, in the product based company, roles are all. We do have a role of product manager, we do have a role of project manager, we do have a role of the other also, isn't it? Business analyst. Roles are there very well. But when we talk about the project manager role, the project specifically, so we are looking for the project manager role. In the manufacturing, also, you may have your matrix, isn't it? Because we don't have in that also. This is how we are working on different projects. So many models of your vehicles you are doing it. So the engineers are working on the multiple projects, design engineers, testing, quality engineers. Yeah, that is where we follow a matrix organization. So in every organization, because product manager role is different, he is more of focusing on the development of this product from its conception till its maturity level. That is what is the role of product manager. We'll talk about that also. Got it now? As I think I have answered all of your questions related to this functional organization. This one, I suppose, right? This is the summary. By looking at this slide, you can get to know. My bandwidth is low. I had slow down. Why? Because people have asked me, to reduce the pace. There were few poll. People were finding me going fast, so I just reduced my pace. Is it now clear in this slide, all of you? Now the important topic. This is what like we have to focus on, the different project development approach. Now when we say project management life cycle and development approach, so we have to consider based on several factors how the work gets developed in the project. Okay, my voice is not it is getting slow or fast. Okay, internet bandwidth you are talking about, let me just check. I think I have a good connectivity. Is all of you facing the same issue? No. Okay, fine. Thank you, team. Might be. Okay, so now let's talk about our development approach. Now, maybe you have to first consider one more important thing when we are talking about the complexities, the type of complexities which are involved in the project. So, we need to understand how much maturity we do have, or what is the kind of experience we do have in doing the project. Whether we have got a good experience in doing the project, whether we have got the certainties about our project requirement, or we know that our project requirements may be evolving, they may be changing when we are going to move further. So we have to consider so many things when we are deciding on our development approach. So when we say plan based approach, there are typically two type of development approach, because third one is the combination. So when we say plan based approach, that is what typically predictive or traditional way of handling, or we say waterfall, they are all same. So as and when we know that we have a complete certainty about our project, that yes, I have a land, and I know that I want to construct a villa and my requirements are clear. I need 3 bedroom, I need a kitchen, I need a lawn, I need these many washrooms, I need this office. All that requirements are clear to me. Now, once we know what we have to do, our requirements are also clear. So, what usually we do, we know that everything can be planned beforehand, isn't it? So, that is how we are going to plan everything beforehand, and we drive this plan in step by step manner so that we complete our project and we deliver our villa at the end. Or it is a similarly, we know that we have to construct a bridge with a specific design with this particular work. So we know that we have done this construction multiple times. We have got a good experience of doing this type of a project. We can do the upfront planning of our work, and step by step we would be moving ahead to complete that project. So can we say that we can deliver the bridge in portions? Is it possible? We cannot, isn't it? So, until and unless we have done all the stages, after completing all the stages in the sequential way, we are going to deliver our final product at the end only. So, here we have a single deliverable. That is how we work on this plan based approach. So, usually, when we say we have to construct a building. So we first do a feasibility study, we go for getting the permits, isn't it? Then we are going to have our designs, we the start constructing the building, then we do some testings, and finally we hand over. So that is how we have a step by step way to proceed further. So until and unless we have completed our first stage, we cannot move to the next one. Yeah, this is what this science stands for: predictive, plan driven. This is your predictive development approach. Predictive development approach is simply where we have got a complete clarity that what we want to do so that we can make a plan and we can follow a plan. That is a typical waterfall approach, isn't it? That is how we are following a step by step sequence and we are just completing our work. So sequence will not change. This is why we call predictive. We have to predict everything beforehand, isn't it? So conventionally, this is the approach that is we were following in the past also, and still this is being followed in most of our construction project. When we have to construct a bridge or a mall or a metro project or the roads, we are just following this. Even when you are doing your assembly of the car, we do have to have a standard steps. This is how we are following it. Now, why we say is a waterfall or predictive? Because it is very, very tough to go back after this stage that you have to now do, isn't it? Like, say, suppose I have constructed my house, and in the mid of the construction, if clients say, hey, I don't want to construct a villa, I want to now construct a school over here or maybe an office, it would be too costly for you to go back to the previous, isn't it? Again demolishing the structure and then again doing the redesigning everything. So time cost, it would be too much impact. So usually we don't prefer this type of an approach where we know that our requirements may be changing. Yes, that is what we always follow, this traditional method, this waterfall method, this predictive method, where you have got a certain requirement. Your certainty about the requirement is known to you in the beginning itself. So maybe we do the feasibility study, we produce, we verify, we accept. So once this phase is accepted, this is over, then we go for the next one. Usually, because we are mainly focusing on the cost part, we know that it would be having too much of impact on the cost. Now tell me, when we have a kind of a project where you have to develop a vaccine, or you are doing a kind of a project where you have to decide a marketing strategy for your new product. Can we have a complete certainty or the full knowledge about our project requirement in the beginning? No, isn't it? So we know that our requirements are going to be dynamic. We may have our requirements which will be evolving as we are going to move ahead. That is what is called as a change based approach, or we call it as adaptive. So we have plan based, which is called as a predictive development approach. We have the adaptive development approach, and we have the hybrid, which is the combination of predictive and adaptive. We'll just come to that also. So predictive is all clear to you know. Mostly in the predictive project, the key roles are we have a project sponsor who authorizes the project, who would be behind this project, and we do have a project manager who will lead the team. So the outcome of this project would be always as a single delivery. After you complete your bridge or your house, we can deliver that to the customer. So scope is well defined, detailed planning is required, and we always follow the plan strictly. We execute by following our plan. So plan drives the project forward in the predictive project development approach. That is what we call as a plan based approach. Now when we say waterfall method, yeah, waterfall, predictive, plan based, traditional, they are all same. Now, what we do in the adaptive, as I was telling you, what if suppose we know that our requirements might be changing, requirements may be evolving. So we know that you cannot do the upfront planning. Why you are going to put so much of effort in doing your upfront planning when we know that our requirements might be changing further? So that is how we do follow agile, incremental, or iterative development. So what is the difference between three? We will talk about. So what happens when we say iterative development? So as I was talking to you about, when we say, yeah, so yes, and the adaptive, what is what, like where we are talking about the kind of a vaccine development, or maybe we know that we are going to have a kind of a project where we are going to work on some prototyping, or where lot of experimentations are required. So what we have to do, we will be working in the multiple iterations. Iterations means the cycle, the phases. So we work on first iteration where we develop our first version of the project. We do the review, we sit and do the review with us, and then we modify accordingly. Then again we do the review, again we modify it. So we are doing multiple times the activities until we are satisfied with the outcome. So correctness is the major goal. It is the same thing as I was telling you the example when we are coming up with a new prototype or a POC, or we are just want to work on a vaccine. So we know that there cannot be any time and tested method, a process that we are going to have. We are going to work with this kind of a approach where the development cycle would be repeated multiple times. So the activities would be performed many times until our goal is achieved, until our correct solution we have got it. This is what is called as an iterative approach. So in the adaptive, we have three type of approaches. We have iterative as a first, we have incremental that I'm going to talk about, and we have agile also. So iterative means you are repeating your development or activities multiple times, and each iteration is developed based on the previous one. We have just worked on our work on a kind of a product. So after getting the review, we again refine it, again we take the review, again we do some adjustment. So this is how with the regular reviewing, regular adjustment, we are keeping on reworking on the previous iterations so that until our correct solution is achieved. So here also we are going to have our single delivery. Yes, in iterative, we are going to give the outcome at the end once we have satisfied with our end result. The goal in this iterative is the correctness. So we are performing the activities multiple times and this iterations will be based on your previous one. So first we have completed certain things. Maybe you have just developed a kind of a statue if you are making. So you just created a statue, but we are not satisfied. So you just refine it further, then might be you just try to put some kind of the colors, then again you said that no, some embellishments also should be there, then it will be more good. So that is how we are reworking on that until we get our final result. So delivery would be single, work would be repeated until we get the correct solution. That is what is the iterative life cycle. So it is more of like we are executing like waterfall approach only, but after every iteration we take the feedback and we improve. Again, experimenting and improving until we get our final result. Okay, so we'll talk about in the adaptive what are those roles. Just first focus on the approach. Okay, so roles you just forget for right now. So plan driven, as we discussed, the requirements were clear, we defined a plan, we follow and we deliver. So we only perform the activities once and we are delivering it the at the end only. Iterative also, we are going to deliver our final result outcome at the end, but we do repeat those activities multiple times based on the feedback and the reviews. We improve on it and until and unless we got our final thing. That is the iterative life cycle. Now what does incremental means? Incremental life cycle says you have your project and you know that we have to work on several deliverables, several features. Now the customer, the client is not willing to wait for 8 months or 6 months or an year to see the result. He is interested to have some small deliveries. So might be you will be breaking down your entire project into small portion. That is what we are going to work here. Also you are going to work in the iterations. Iterations means the time box or the phases. So we work on this iteration and we deliver fully functional component. Yes, this is the second method of adaptive. First, we talked about iterative. Now, in the incremental, we are working with the multiple iterations only. But after every iteration, we are delivering a functional component to the customer. Just consider we are going to do the activities once per iteration. Let's say we have a kind of an application that we have to work on. So we just divided this entire project that first of all we are going to work in our first iteration, we will be delivering the saving accounts feature. Then we are going to do our second iteration where we will be delivering this credit card services. Now remember, we are not going to repeat this. So we always plan the things and we deliver first part, then we work on the second portion, we deliver third portion, we deliver. So this is how we are incrementally delivering the component to the customer rather than in a single way. Here the deliveries are divided into multiple portions. That is how, because the main goal is the speed over here. Customer wants to see the value fast. That is how incrementally we are working on. The main difference between iterative and incremental is that in this incremental, after every iteration, we have a functional component. Okay. So we are having the partial deliveries to the customer, and once you deliver all these features, his complete banking software is over. So in our incremental, goal is the speed. In our iterative, our goal was to have the experimentation, to have a correct solution. That is what in the iterative approach was there. Incremental approach can be possible, Kritinga, where like say you just consider, you know that you have to work on a car project. So might be you first worked on the engine, you completed it, then you worked on the wheel system, then you worked on the gears, then you worked on the seat. So that is how incrementally we are working on. But it would be again the final fully functional because car would be only complete once you have done it. Yeah. The main difference between two approaches that in the incremental, after every iteration you have a functional component. Please keep it in mind. But in iterative, we don't have a functional component. For in order to understand it easily, just consider you are working on a kind of a park. So what we did, let's first start, we complete the kids zone first. So we fully completed it. Then secondly, we started working on maybe the bench, so the sittings area we have to develop. Then might be third, we start working on our some of the lawns preparation. Then we started working on maybe the gym machines. That is how incrementally we are working here. After every iteration, after every phase, we have a fully functional component that can be used. And same thing if you are working with the iterative, so you just first started with outlining certain things, then we again refine, again you are just going it, and final result will be done at the end only. That is what is the difference between iterative and incremental. Hey, please Fazan, just remember what we are talking about here is plan based. That is your predictive waterfall. So here we have completed our feasibility study. After our feasibility study is over, we get the approval, we start working on the next stage. Once we complete it, then we start working on our third stage. That is how in the plan driven we are working on, because we know everything is known to us. So we make a full plan beforehand, and we are going to execute this plan step by step, isn't it? Because most of the time when we are working with a kind of a project where you know that infrastructure project, or maybe you have working with some healthcare project where you have to follow some compliances, the project which is having a kind of a very high compliant requirement, so you have to set all those procedures beforehand only, isn't it? This is what we are going to do. Plan based means our requirements are known, we have a complete knowledge about executing those work, we have got our tested methods, we have got our experience, so that we can plan it fully in the beginning and we can execute it and deliver it. That is a typical plan based approach. We plan and we deliver at the end. In the iterative, the adaptive life cycle, don't get confused. Please, 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 Park, sprint, waterfall, don't get confused. Don't mix the things. Waterfall predictive is all plan based, where you are strictly following your plans. Now, when we say our requirements are not fixed, we may have our changing requirements. So there we go with this change based approach. That is where we have the adaptive. Now in the adaptive approach, we can have iterative way of working. We may have incremental way of working. We may have agile. Agile is the iterative plus incremental both. So, what we discussed, as the requirements are dynamic, so once we know that we will require some experimentation, so what we do, we just work in the time box first iteration. We call iterations means as a phase, as a time box, whatever you say. So we started and we complete first iteration, and after that we are going to review. Maybe it is just you're working on a website. So customer may give you refining or the new requirements maybe as you are progressing. He doesn't have a clear cut idea. So you just developed a basic version of your website, basic skeleton. Then you reviewed with the customer so that he is going to give you further modification. Hey, try to improve my theme, or maybe I want to add some animations or some videos, so you reworked on that. Then again you reviewed it. He just asked you might be to add some galleries also, some other things also, so you further reviewed it. Then we got it final. He said yes, it is now all okay. So we have got our final deliverable. So we are working repetitively based on the feedback until we achieve our final goal. That is a iterative life cycle. Vaccine development, I gave you the example. Prototyping is all we do with this iterative. The kind of a marketing strategy you want to work on, that also we can do with this iterative. Wherever you require experimentations, so we know that we have to do repetitive things. Activities has to be repeated multiple times until we get our final correct goal. Incremental is where you are going to work in small iterations, portions only, but after every iteration we have a functional component, usable component you are giving to the customer. After every iteration we have a usable product. That is what you are dividing your project into multiple deliveries. And you are not going to, once you have done it, this component is delivered, we are not going to repeat it. Okay, only activities would be done once per iteration. That is the difference. This is how we are working on. And once we say agile, so agile, once iterative incremental marries together, it becomes agile. So it is usually preferred in such type of a project where you know that you have to deliver value to the customer fast, and also you have to deliver the results also. That is where we work with this agile way. Just consider that you are working on a food delivery app, or maybe you are working on a fitness tracking app, or whatever example you take. You are working on a railway reservation, movie booking tickets. So when we say is it not to get functional component needs multiple, this is what I am telling you right now. Okay, that is what Shangmugam, when we say that we have to modify our increments also, that is where we will be focusing on agile. But when we are purely following the incremental cycle, we are only going to perform the activity once per iteration. See, look into this. We are not going to modify the increment that we have got after our iterations. That is how we just complete it, then only we are going to deliver. Here the time box or this time phase might not be fixed. You complete your this maybe the banking app we talked about, no, the credit card system, once we have completed it, so we are going to deliver it. Then we pick up the next component, that yes, now we are going for the corporate account. So once we complete it, we deliver it. We will not modify it further. in the pure incremental cycle. It is just once we have delivered it, it is done. It is just like you are saying that we are working on a house project. So we say that, hey, we have completed your bedroom. It is done. Now we'll start working on the living room. It's done. So we are not going to repeat those activities for bedroom and the other. That is what is the pure incremental. And once you know that we have to modify our previous deliverable as well, that is what we say we have to iteratively work and incrementally we have to deliver the value. So in the agile, we are working with the iterations as well as incrementally we are adding the value. That is why agile is both iterative and incremental. So mostly once we say we are working on the adaptive life cycle, so we are more of working with this agile. Very few examples would be there where we can prefer with the pure incremental or the pure adaptive. Yes, Praveen, that is what you can say when we are working on this incremental. So our requirements are dynamic, but we are performing our activities once per given increment, isn't it? We have just delivered first feature, it is done, okay. Feature 2, delivered, done. Feature 3, feature 4, that is how we are going to deliver to the customer in the pure incremental. So we are breaking down our deliverables into the multiple deliveries. Now, when we talk about this agile, so just consider here we know that we have to deliver this food delivery app where we know that people should be able to log in to our app. The delivery boys, the customers, the restaurant owners, and people should be able to browse the restaurant for their food order. Agile, I am explaining, please pay attention. We have a login feature, we have a browsing restaurant feature, we have to give them a feature so that customer can place order. We have to give a feature where customer should be able to make the payments. We have to add a feature for the real time tracking also. So these are so many features that we have to develop. Now what we are going to do is that we are not going to do everything together. We just decide we are going to work for 2 weeks of our iterations and we decide that okay, first of all, we are going to work on, let's say, login feature. That is what we have completed it. So once you have completed your login feature, you are going to take the feedback from the customer and you have developed this login feature, might be, let's say, where people can log in using their mobile and their email IDs. That is how we have logged in. Now, during the feedback, customer asked, hey, can we have a modification where we are allowing our user to log in through the social media profiles also? So we consider, okay, that is a good thing. So what we'll be doing it, we are going to add that also, modifying that login feature in our next iteration. Plus, you are going to add a new feature also, maybe browsing restaurant. So again, we take the review, again we modify. This is how we are working on. Just consider WhatsApp. If suppose we have thought of that we have to release a feature just with a single way, this might have been taken long time. So what the WhatsApp did, they just started working on message feature. So we launched it. Then based on the feedback, they revised and they added the blue tick. Then how we can edit the messages also, then how we can delete the messages also. So iteratively they are improving and incrementally we are adding the new features also. That is what is the agile, because here we are working with the flexibility and we want to have a better collaboration with the customer to deliver him value also, how he would be more satisfied. So the main goal is delivering value fast when we say we have an agile. Now, Kritinga, in the same way, if you are working with the automotive sector, we know that you have to have your ADAS system, no, advanced, the dashboard on the car. Now, for the dashboard project, might be we have to work in small, small iterations. That is what we worked on this 2 weeks. We took the feedback, we improved it again. So, this is how we are working with this agile way. This is what we are saying. Agile means where we are working on the project requirements which needs the feedback from the customer, so that considering their feedback we can improve, and also we can deliver the value, some valuable features in a short time. That is how we are incrementally and iteratively working once we say agile. Mostly once we say agile, this is what IT industries are using. But this agile concept is applicable in the automotive sector also. That is what I gave you this example. When we are working on our ADAS, we are working on our dashboard, isn't it? All those AI inbuilt techniques. But again, in this automotive sector also, when you are doing your automation or that other thing, it is all the kind of an IT application we are developing. Similarly, when we say construction, there also we know that we have all our AI enabled, isn't it? IoT. We are using this technique in our construction projects also, isn't it? That is how once you just stand in front of the gate, it all gets opened, all those sensors. So that part can be done with this agile. Agile is just a mindset which is applicable with every industry. That is where we are saying hybrid. That is all predictive plus adaptive. Maybe in the construction, the structure part, the main building construction, we are going to follow with the blueprint, but the finishing part where we want to have the customer preferences, somewhat agile can be applicable there. Won't the new functional components for banking software application used in the incremental approach? Yes, Pranjal, that is what I was telling you. In this case, again, we know that right now we have our these features. So this is what this can be done in both way. Incremental also, agile also. If you feel that already we know what kind of our requirements would be there in the saving accounts feature, so we just discuss that and we deliver it. So we are just working on all these features understood first. So we decide first, because planning would be there, no? So we just work on our saving account, and based on the requirements that we have gathered from the customer, we deliver it. Then credit card. This is how we do. But once you feel that we would be requiring the modifications, then you would be going with this agile. You have to combine both. That is what even PMI says. There will be very few examples where you can follow a pure incremental or a pure iterative. That is how we follow the agile. Yes, in the agile, you will have usable output, isn't it? That is what I told you. Even in the WhatsApp, you know that we have launched a new feature for our or may this messaging. They just developed that where people could be able to use their message feature, so they just launched it. But further they are modifying, they're just enhancing that feature by double tick, blue tick. Then they added the editing feature, delete for one, delete for everyone. So this is how they are still modifying based on that, based on the feedback. Still we are doing it. Similarly, what is happening in the Instagram and the Facebook, they launch a feature maybe for the stories. So they started with a very basic version where people would be able to just share their pic on the stories so that people can like. Then they just improve it by using those filters where you can have your adding the music also. You can just add your comments also, isn't it? That is how repeatedly they are improving also. But we can even not wait for that. First we have to refine everything, then we would be launching it. This is how we are releasing the features with the speed also, with the fast way also, and also you are modifying them based on the feedback. Yes, that is what we say. Only some part we could go with this agile in the automotive and in the construction. Yeah, exactly. Very well, you can say, because this is what I am not following my own standard way, no, based on the feedback. Somebody is asking that, okay, I want to have this clarification. So we are just modifying the things accordingly. This is what we say agile is all everywhere it is going to be. It is just consider that you know that you are following your practices for your workout. Some of you might be following your gym. Some of you might be following your yoga, isn't it? Now, let's say you know that the people who are just following their gym. So, regularly, you know that daily you have to go for a gym. Now, what if suppose you get to know that for next 2 week or 1 week your gym will not be operational, or now the same thing, the people from Punjab or the Jammu Kashmir, they can very well understand based on the current situation of this India Pak war, isn't it? So we know that our gym is closed for 2 weeks. Now, what to do if it is a kind of a traditional approach? You are just waiting for that gym to get reopened so that you can start workout. But once we say agile mindset, so what you can do, you can always look for. You are flexible. Hey, gym is closed. Let me just have my own workout at my home, or let me switch to the yoga. Let me switch to some other way for my workout. That is what we say agile mindset. Agile is a mindset which is applicable everywhere, but it is not suitable for all the industries or all the project. All the industries it is applicable, but at limited part. So there is a very good video to understand where agile is applicable and where it is not. So after this video, we will be discussing some questions and your questions also.
Welcome to the Project Management Institute's Spotlight series. In this presentation, you'll point the spotlight on when to apply Agile methodologies. You have heard the hype and are anxious to begin your first Agile project. But wait, there is something you should think about and remember. Agile methodologies and practices do not work in every situation and with every project type. Let's look at some of the projects ideally suited for Agile approaches, and some where Agile approaches are riskier or at least less advised. Agile practices work best when you can move fast, change direction, and even break things to figure out what to do next. Breaking things and creating waste is not a reasonable approach for some projects. Projects where the waste is physical, tangible materials like buildings or airplanes can be costly and damaging. You cannot or should not dig a hole and pour concrete over and over again until you like the location. Those kinds of decisions require planning before the work begins, or you can end up with problems. Likewise, applying a coat of paint to get user feedback on the best color may work in limited situations, but in most projects, the time and cost to paint and repaint is counterproductive and expensive. Meanwhile, projects involving virtual or intellectual materials are better suited for agile approaches. Software development is where the approach began and still reigns for obvious reasons. Software is developed with a lot of unknowns and potential situations for miscommunications or misunderstandings between development teams and end users. Agile approaches provide freedom to explore, engage, and react. And since code other computer work can be deleted, updated, reworked, and refactored, there is little loss. Yes, time was lost in its creation, but it is far less than the time spent creating something no one wants, can't use, or that doesn't meet the need. Beyond software development, there are other places where agile methodologies could fit, depending on the willingness of the organization and the purpose of the endeavor. Research and development, such as experimenting with potential pharmaceuticals or exploring new approaches to arrange a travel excursion, lends itself to the agile approach. For example, marketing campaigns could be arranged to respond quickly to customer feedback and pivot as needed. as long as your project or a major portion of it relies more on the intangible elements of the knowledge workers on your team, and you can scrap or redo work without too much financial burden, then you might have a good candidate for an agile project. And that's how you can tell if your project is a good candidate to apply the agile approach. Thanks for using the PMI's spotlight on when to apply agile methodologies. For more
So, all of you got it? Where we can apply this agile and where? Because mostly this agile would be applicable in the IT applications. But that is what, like we say in the construction, where you are looking for some sustainable solutions, some green building, how we can improve on that technology part. That is what that part can be considered as an agile. See, that is what, like we talked about. If we are saying we are working with this development part, the development part we are talking about, mindset is applicable everywhere. Isn't it, been agile mindset is applicable everywhere, but when it comes to this development part, as we know that that you have to work on, or you are just working on renovating your house, or maybe you are want to work on your constructing a new house, then we cannot be agile, no, otherwise it would be too costly, because there we know that reworking material waste, all that thing would be a not a good thing. There it is always better, because all of us knows that once we are doing a kind of a project where we have a cost constraint, we cannot go beyond a certain budget. I know that I have a limited budget within which I want to get my new house construction done. So there I have to have my fully plan driven. I have to plan everything before, so that I can get into there. Wherever you know that the reworking cost is going to be pretty high, we cannot go for adaptive. There you have to always spend time, so that we can have all the understanding about our requirements, so that we can do the planning and we can drive that. Somewhat agility is possible. That is what we discussed when we are doing our finishing part, when we want to have some kind of a renovation work, where we want to have some kind of a testing. By doing that, and we can refine it. Okay, that is where we have the, so this is a table which explains the characteristics of all. Now that is what we say in the construction project, you can have the hybrid, you may have some part of agile inbuilt in that. This is what even PMI says nowadays, most of the project would be done with the hybrid. So hybrid can be, might be 90% we are going with our predictive, 10% deliverables are going to be done in the agile way, or it can be any combination, 50 plus 50, it can be even 10% predictive, 90% agile. That is how we are combining. We know that we have to complete a project where out of our 50 deliverables, for 30 deliverables we have our common understanding. All of the stakeholders have a common agreement, yes, this is what we have to do. So those 30 deliverables can be done with the plan based approach. The rest of the 20 deliverable, you can prefer to go with this adaptive way. Yeah, that is how hybrid takes the leverage of plan based as well as your change based both. Now, when we say change based, we are going to talk about these roles. So, ideally, in the adaptive project, we just have a role of product owner, he represents the customer. Then we have a role of project team, and we have a scrum master, team leader, agile coach, facilitator, or whatever you say, project manager. Actually, in the adaptive project, we avoid this term PM. It is just we called as the scrum master, team leader, or facilitator. We are going to talk about this agile concept, this scrum framework in detail in our second chapter. It is just the overview we are talking about. Yes, Rahul, we are going to talk about how do we decide that which development approach is will be suitable for our project. That is what we'll see once we are going to start our project. Okay, the second chapter talks about that only. Once we'll start understanding about our uh, the project objective, what is the project idea, how do we develop, so we are going to do step by step same thing we will be talking about in our second chapter. So let's go with the flow first. So now, based on the discussion that we have done right now about this predictive, adaptive, and the hybrid, let's do some questions. So now, before you start answering the question, Hitesh, as I just mentioned, under hybrid project, it can be anyone, any project, no, where you know that you are not having the 100% requirements certain, known. So there we know that whatever requirements are known to you, because might be in projects where you have the compliances. So that compliance part should be done in a predictive way only, because you have to have your set of plans to fulfill those compliance requirements, and remaining part you can do with the agile. Yes, Hitesh. So that is what, like maybe in the automotive sector, we know that our designing part, the assembly of the car can be done with the predictive. But about the interior of that car, or maybe the kind of accessories you want to have, that can be done with the adaptive way. Right? So that all depends, and it all depends on the project to project. This is what, like, again, it depends. Most, it's not always you would be going for hybrid. We are going sometimes pure agile also, right? So let's first try to do these questions. We have four scenarios explained. So before answering the questions, please pay attention. Based on the information given, do identify the development approach, whether it should be predictive, whether it should be iterative, whether it should be incremental, whether it should be agile. Okay, based on the information given, don't do one by one. What you should do, I'm giving you 2 minutes of time. So maybe first you can write, okay, A would be incremental, B would be agile, C would be iterative, or D would be predictive. In that way, make a note and then put your answers. Okay, so go through all the four. Awesome to see most of your people's response who have given the full answers. Few people are just doing it, I think, one by one, right? All right. So 2 minutes are over. Let's discuss these options, these scenarios. First scenario talks about, so most of the people have answered correctly, and it's really good to see. Amazing responses, awesome team. So companies working on a project for the capital city of a country to replace the old metal pipes under the roads. The entire network has to be tested before rolling it out, and the company has lot of experience in this type of work. So already we know that we have got a good experience, and we have to replace the old metal pipes, and work for this has to be done once only. That is, I think most of the people have mentioned predictive. B stand B scenario says software development project is meant to add more features for a product which is already there. Some features are required urgently, others can be delivered later. Some of the features are well known, but some will have to be discovered based on feedback. Isn't it? It talks about iterative and incremental working. So we have to work both iteratively also, incrementally as well. That is more suitable for the agile. Very much, very good. So now C option talks about a large companies experiencing the employee attrition. To address that, HR team aims to develop and enhance a plan for increasing their perks and incentives to boost their engagement. Each incentive requires budget approval. Goal is to implement these measures quickly and regularly, providing positive signal. So we want to work with the speed, and we know that based on the budget we have to roll it out. So that is what incrementally we are going to do. That based on the information given here, we have to follow incrementally, but in the real time we know that this type of a scenario should be done by taking the feedback of the employees, because there cannot be just a one way. But as I told you, based on the information, we are going to follow incremental. Marketing team wants to increase their awareness about the company's product and services. Most effective way to reach the audience is not known, and it might require experimentation to figure out the best way. So we know that we are not having the clarity about the approach, and it needs the experimentation. Entire campaign can be only rolled out once our marketing testing is done. That is your iterative approach that we are going to have it. So C can be iterative. How can? Because already we know, no, we have to implement them quickly. Speed is required, no, in the C. C could be done agile way. That is what I told you. C could be done with the agile, because we know that it is not based on the feedback of the employee. Also, we have to repeat, isn't it? But as I told you, as per the information given in the question, we have to answer. C can be also hybrid. How come hybrid? We know that we have an already a product going on. You know that WhatsApp is already working. Now we want to add some new features, and we know that some features are well known to us, some has to be discovered based on the feedback. So isn't it, we have to add some new features, and based on the feedback we have to rework on also. Iteratively and incrementally we have to work. That is why we say it is more suitable for the agile. Yes, got it. Hey, that is what, how can it be predictive? Because in the here we cannot predictive, we have to do activity once only, no? Waterfall approach. Here we have to do experimentation, because we are not having the certainty what is the most effective method to reach out to the audience. We have to repetitively doing certain things based on the experimentation, so that we can decide how we have got our final solution. C cannot be iterative, no, because we have to roll out our project quickly and regularly, Mukund. See, that could be incremental, but here we know that we have to deliver it once only. It has to be roll it out once only. So keep it in mind. Once we know that customer is not interested to have incremental delivery, it is all about our frequency of the delivery, single or multiple. Requirements are all fixed. Requirements are going to be dynamic. So once we know we have a fixed requirement, Single delivery, we have to go for predictive. Once we know our requirements are dynamic and we have to go for single delivery, we will be going for iterative. Once we know, we may have our frequency of the delivery, frequent deliveries, multiple deliveries. That is where we'll go with incremental. We are not going to have changes in the increments, isn't it? Once our requirements are changing, as well as your deliveries also will be multiple, agile. Is it clear now, all of you? Now, hybrid, there are multiple example. Now, what we know, if it is again, as I gave you many case, like what if suppose we know that we are working on a kind of a project where we have to go for both, isn't it? You know that you are working on a kind of a project where we have a kind of a software where we have to do maybe a kind of a work which is known to us, or sometimes we know that we have to work with a kind of changing things, isn't it? We are having a healthcare software project. So we know that our backend data is fixed because that is based on our compliances. But we have our front end interface which we can improve based on the real users feedback. That is what this could be done with this plan driven, this could be done with this adaptive. So that is how we have to look for. We'll talk about that, isn't it, where we want to use both the approach. B talks about urgency. Yes, B talks about urgency also. B talks about the feedback based modifications also. Isn't it, Abhishek? B is talking about both speed also, value also. So, iteratively and incrementally, we have to work. That is what C again we know. C talks about the speed, but C also talks about that based on the budget approval we have to do. We are not using any feedback over here. That is why we are not going with the agile. Based on the information they says, as per the funds is allocated to you, you can roll it out that portion of the work. Iterative plus incremental is what agile. So in that case, in the real time, definitely you are going to sometimes when you have to take the feedback also from your employees to roll out it, then it would be agile in that case. But as per the information, we know that this talks about the incremental delivery. Again, as we talked about D in the case, we know that we can always launch it with a single delivery. We market this campaign can be only rolled out once test marketing is done, and we have to use experimentation. That is how we are working on repetitively doing the same thing by experimentation so that we have our best marketing approach so that we can roll it out. C would be incremental, D would be iterative, B would be agile, A would be predictive. Yeah, does that make sense to all of you? So we have completed the important part because sometimes people do get confused between this. So just taking a quick recap what we have covered so far. So we today we just discussed about our exam pattern. We talked about our foundational aspect. So we discussed about what project is, what is operation. We talked about what is this organizational project management framework. So how we are going to consider our external environment, internal environment, and our strategic goal of the company so that we can align our project program and portfolio with that. We talked about the type of PMOs. We talked about the organizational culture. We talked about the development approach, plan based, change based. Plan based is predictive, change based is adaptive. In adaptive, we can have iterative way of working, incremental, or combination of both, that is the agile. Hybrid is predictive plus agile, that is the hybrid. Okay. The PPT that I am using is not available on LMS because we are not allowed to share that PPT, because you will be getting those PPT through your PMI digital kit. Okay, so that is what you would be getting it through your digital kit. But definitely, I would be sharing you the notes. So, based on the slides, I'm going to share you these notes that you can go through by the time you are not getting your class PPTs. Yeah, I think on my other system that PDF was there. So, Word file I shared. Wait. I think it is going only for one person. Let me just reshare it. So tomorrow we would be covering the rest of this foundational part in the other topic, because mostly 1 or 2 days it becomes slow because people do have lot of queries also. So it takes time. But anyway, we do have got an extension of 1 day. No, earlier we were having 9 days session, but now we have increased it to one more day to cover more of these topics. I'm just sharing you this chapter 1 session material. Okay, so there are two PDFs which talks about all the slides that we are going to do today and tomorrow in that. Okay, so I have just shared you this PDF, and definitely just by claiming your digital key, Sandeep, you people would be getting the access to the study material. All right, the same PDF that PPT I am using, you are going to get it. I'm just going to share this agenda also, and here we have exam content outline coverage. That is what we are going to make use of this particular thing. And you will be having your workbook as well. Along with your chapter notes, there is a workbook which is going to help you, that you can use that workbook to make your notes also. So after today's session, check for the digital key in your LMS so that you can ask. There is no as such requirement, because if you're going through this PIMBOK 7th edition Agile Process Guide, and I would be sharing you some of the additional things for your reading, isn't it? If people are looking for some other reference guide, I would be sharing you with all those necessary information as we are going to move ahead. Because on the day one, I don't want to load it with you so much of information that makes you confused. So let's follow the steps, and gradually I will guide you how you can make use of that, because we are going to do lot of questions as well. PIMBOK, definitely I will not be able to share it to you as per the PMI compliances that you can download from the PMI once you become the member. But again, for now, focus on our training material, focus on the class, and once you get your PMI membership, you can download your PIMBOK as well, right? So I would be, along with our sessions, I'll keep on sharing you certain materials, additional questions, and other support material. That is what you would be getting. So after your today's attendance, you will get an option to claim your digital key, and you can reach out to our support team for any operational issues. They will be helping you out. And the survey link, I think, has been shared by our LSM. And anybody who has got any other questions related to the exam, related to the content, we still have time of 10-15 minutes we can spend, and we can take care of your queries also. The classes video would be available to you within the 48 hours. Okay, so we say 48 hours, but maybe might be you can check in the evening, late evening, or maybe by tomorrow it would be available. And one more important thing regarding this survey, all the material we would be sharing through LMS, and I will be sharing you one drive link also maybe by tomorrow end, and I'll guide you also, right? There we have got all the necessary information. I'll guide you how to use. So exam part, when you have to attend, once you are prepared enough. So after you are going your mock test, if you find that you have started scoring 70-75%, that means you are prepared enough. Okay, but that is what you have to wait until then, because if you want to crack it in your first attempt, be prepared so that you have got very less probability of non-qualifying, isn't it? So you have to increase your probability of qualifying. So wait and thus prepare well in that way. Yes, Sai Lakshmi, let me just check from which college you did your MBA. Let me know. Before people you are leaving for the session, because those who are not having any doubt, do participate in this survey link, and do remember this feedback is related to the content of the trainer delivery. It is not because sometimes people do find the timing is too much or batch size. That is a totally different thing. If you found our sessions informative, you have to rate us 5. If you are rating below 5, that means you are not like this session, you have some concerns. So do make a comment on your feedback so that it is going to help us to improve. See, not today, because we have just dived into the first session. I will not say that, because PMP exam, as I was showing you this complete agenda, no, you have to have got all these understanding about all these concepts. JNV University. So let me just check. And one more person was asking, no, for this MBA part. Let me check with the PMI if this university is accredited, so that you get your exemption for your experience part. IIM Kashipur. I think that must be accredited. Let me check. Survey link, I think, was there. No, let me reshare it. And so, Abdul, you also have less than 3 years of experience, Abdul Wahab, because only the people who are having the MBA and they don't have 3 years of experience, then only we have to see. The people who have got 3 years of experience, they need not have to bother about it. Hey, 1 year, then if it's not required, no, you're already qualifying it. I think one person was there, he did, like she did MBA and she was having 2 years of experience. That was her concern. So yeah, thank you for the summarizing, Vasant, the things that we have covered today. Tomorrow also we'll just do a recap before we are going to start further. Yes, Nisha, we would be talking to you. We will be sharing all those material that you have to revise. Today I have just shared, you follow the first PDF only as of now. Okay, so just follow the first PDF. I would be sharing you good content, nothing to worry about. Wait for tomorrow. So I'll share you all the necessary support, all the chapter notes I would be sharing to you people, okay? But not today, because I don't want to overload with lot of information on the day one. Only I was asking because I think Shashi Kumar said that 2 years of experience and MBA. Learner success manager is a support person who would be helping you to access your digital keys or any of the operational issues. Krishna, you can always reach out to our LSM, the person who just introduced the session. No, so every session we do have one support manager, learner success manager. He would be guiding you to make these sessions better. Yes, Govardhan, we'll talk about this PMP application also in detail. Okay. So how you have to do the do's and don'ts, everything we'll talk about. The digital key would be available post session. Yes. So thank you team for your active listening, for your participation, and see you tomorrow same time. And I'm still there to look for the questions. Shweta, you are already qualified, and Sri Lakshmi, I am Kashipur is your university. I think you were having the 2 years of experience, no? Okay, let me check it out. I think it would be always accredited by the PMI for me, but let me confirm. It is not at all mandatory, Sobia, that you have to qualify your assessment for clearing the exam. Okay, that is not a mandatory thing, but it is a recommended, because that is going to ensure you that your past success would be too high if you are scoring well in those assessment tests. Hey, that is what Deepti. No, no worries. The people who have got more than 3 years of experience, not to worry. No, just one person was there who is a PG like MBA, but having 2 years of experience. Because nowadays PMI do give that kind of a relaxation for the MBA's people. The 2 years of experience is eligible for this exam. So that is what like she was asking. So let me just confirm. Anyway, 3 years is all what we want. So tomorrow we will just discuss our new topics, and I will be sharing you some new informations, more informations for your self study, because you will have now 5 days with you for the revision part. So tomorrow I'll share you that all relevant information. See, ratio is very high. If you follow our recommendation, if you follow the strategies, definitely all of you will be able to pass in the first attempt. That is what we say. Follow the guideline, do a lot of tests. That is going to give you the good confidence. Yes, Subhashisha, it is always you are eligible because you have got a 10 years of experience. As I told you, PMP is no more with any industry. It is all industry neutral. From any industry, wherever you are leading some of the project activities, you are eligible for this certification. And we are not only focusing on the PMP certification, that always you will be able to clear it. We are more focusing on giving you the best approaches, the best standards which you can apply in your real time project as well if you are missing them, right? That is what we are doing it. Krishna, 60 PDUs are required for renewal of your PMP. Once you qualified your PMP, now to retain your credentials, you have to update 60 PDUs within the next 3 years. That is what like you can easily get it by your other project management learning by attending these seminars. That is what there are the guidelines updated on the PMI website. Okay, that is the second phase. Once you clear your PMP, how you can retain it. MCAs, MBAs, graduation, even the diploma, secondary qualifications, people are also eligible. In that case, they have to have 5 years of experience. It is not that only the graduate people are eligible, even the people who are having the secondary degrees, secondary school qualification, they are also eligible. The people who don't have the questions, they can participate in the survey link and they can drop off. The people who have the questions, so we are only going to take the questions, no other topic we are going to talk about. The application part, Shilpa, as we know that we have to give this 35 PDUs, no? So only on the last day only we'll talk about that, not last, maybe after the fourth chapter completion, so that you can start preparing for your application. But you can only submit your application after the last session itself, right? So that is what, because if we discuss it on the day one, no, people do forget. So we are going to talk it about on our fourth chapter, after the fourth chapter. The people who don't have any questions, they can drop off. And the people who still have the queries, we are there to help you. Yes, that is Swapnil will talk about the mindset that is required for the PMP. We have to be very, very specific about the terminologies. That is what is the aim of this PMI, that all of us should be on the same page. We all have to follow the universal language when we talk about the project management or the project, isn't it? We'll talk about those tips and tricks, the keywords that we have to specifically look for. No, no, Swapnil, this scenario was not related to, this is not a kind of an exam question. These questions we discussed just to make you understand about the development approach. The exam like questions, we will be doing it once we complete our first topic. After the foundation, we are going to complete it. And Lindsay, as I told you, I would be sharing you several questions based on the topics as well. Chapter wise questions also we would be sharing to you. So just wait for some time. Flow will do it. So from tomorrow onwards, I will be doing that as well. Okay. So right now, what we did was just for the understanding purpose. Yes, Krishna, you want to have a clarity on your task enablers and the domain, right? See, as I told you, we have our exam content outline PDF, isn't it? That is what we have to download. You, that is what I have just shared you, isn't it? So you know that in that we have got our three domains. In the exam content outline we have three domains, that is the people, process, and business environment. So these are the three domains which are the high level knowledge area that every project manager should know, so that he can make use of all these different knowledge areas to practice on. Each domain has task. People domain has got 14 tasks. Business environment domain has got 4 tasks. Process domain has got 17 tasks. And each task has the enablers. Those are the guidelines. Just like I told you, we have a people domain. First task is your manage conflict. So that is the task of this people domain. Under that, we have our guidelines how we can accomplish this task. You have to understand the level of this conflict. You have to evaluate the situation. You have to recommend the solution. That is what is the enabler. So when we say 3.2.1, it says the enabler we have covered in this particular topic, because right now we have not touched any eco. There is no topic we have covered as per the guideline exam content outline, but these topics will help you in answering the question. So you cannot say they are not important. They are important to understand. This is what is the foundation we are setting for our future chapters. So this says that point 1, point 4 of this second task of this business environment. So second task of business environment talks about evaluating business value. So we have covered two enablers of this task in this topic, and first task of the process domain and first enabler is also covered here. This is how, Krishna, you have to understand. Am I able to make it clear now? On PMI, you can register right now also, because registration is free. Anyway, before you would be getting your digital key, you have to download the material. At that time also, they will be asking you first to register. So right now also you can create your login. So register on the PMI site and you can make use of that same credential when you would be using your digital key. So make same email ID that you have used for the Simply Learn registration. So with the same email ID, you have to create your login for PMI website. Yes, Subhashish will talk about. I would be sharing you the templates that you people can use it with your current industry, isn't it? All the plans that we use, all the documents that we use for the project. So I would be sharing you those templates as well, which you people can make use of it, or the link from where you can download those templates to effectively work on your current project areas. Thank you, team, for your questions, for your active participation. This is how we can make it more interactive. So I hope I have answered all the questions. If anybody's questions has scrolled up, please do reply. Govardhan, in that case, you will be in a problem if you have taken the full package. So you just create another login with the same email ID. Otherwise, you will face problem with your voucher, no exam voucher if you have taken it. Okay, great. So great news. Ceasefire held between India and Pakistan. That's a wonderful news. Okay, thanks for the update. So that's the Govardhan, then try to create the another ID. Okay, otherwise you will face some problem because you will apply with the same email ID application and your voucher is with a different. So don't use the another one. Create another login. Thank you, Spandan. Nice name. Yes, so I think no more questions. Over to you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for an insightful session, and a big thank you to everyone for your active participation. So before you guys leave, our feedback survey will appear in your browser. We truly value your input. If you enjoyed the session, we would appreciate a 5-star rating. If there is anything that could have been better, please share your thoughts with us. Your feedback helps us in enhancing our future sessions as well, create a better learning experience for you guys. Once again, thank you everyone for your time and engagement. We look forward to seeing you again in our next session. Take care. Happy learning, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.